Right. How's it going, sequence? To collectible object.
Ooh,
Jump stuff.
drum stuff.
Yeah. Is picking drag a Unity thing? It's not, is it? It's probably...
I don't think so.
Where are they pulling that from then? It certainly isn't...
Hey, Ninetales.
Hello. I should probably go ahead and... I guess I'll make an announcement over in there.
Sure. Well, I'm glad you could join us. You'll have to excuse me, I'm kind of half eating dinner, half working, so. Also got stuff in my bed. I was doing a sewing project earlier that I was too lazy to stop, so. Total mess today. It's great.
Please. Go. You've been informed. Well, 1,361 people.
You've lit the fires of Gondor.
Okay. So today, the plan is to we're starting to tackle what we want to do with the timeline system, the timeline UI, and what we've been thinking about a lot is having it when you play a card. Currently, the card plays on basically however many turns it takes or ticks it takes to that card to get to charge up to warm up. That's when it plays it. But we've been thinking a lot about how combining different effects together is going to work and how it might be a lot better as a game, a lot more depth as a gameplay mechanic if you can place your plays anywhere on the timeline, basically the cards anywhere on the timeline, and also see exactly how they're going to interact with things and affect other things that are already on the timeline. So if you're about to play a slice and there's already a zap on there that's multiplying the damage, you can see that it's gonna have that effect on your slice. To that end, we decided, well, I guess I decided the easiest way to go about making a drag and drop grid-based system would be to totally just buy a grid-based inventory asset off the Unity asset store and use that as a reference, basically. I've learned the hard way. You don't just use a Unity asset from the Unity asset store and incorporate it into your game. It's never a good idea, but you can certainly use some of the code in there, like for instance dragging and dropping, and this is a demo scene for the inventory. You can see it's a lot of draggable stuff. You can tell if you can tell if something's supposed to be able to, you can fit somewhere. So there's a lot of code we can use in this. But imagine this player inventory kind of stretched out across the entire timeline, and instead of placing items in your inventory, you're actually placing things on the timeline, like actions and stuff. So that's the idea. And we had a whole long discussion on Wednesday about other stuff as well. My one key has fallen off. I just want everybody to know that. So if you see a lot of ones stuck up here, it's because I'm trying to fit my key back in.
You decided you weren't going to keep the keycap off?
I might have to. Oh god. It's stuck. I might have to just have an odd keycap. I guess I'll 3D print a keycap for it.
I was just going to say, you have the technology.
Alright. So, first step when using a fairly decent amount of code base, you can always tell, like at a glance, how like someone clearly was this is being made for a game. You can tell when an asset on the asset store is being made to be an asset, or you can tell when they've kind of lifted it out of their game just because they thought, hey, this is kind of cool, I could sell this and people can get some use out of this. This falls into the second category. They definitely put some effort in to make it isolated, but they have a lot of like systems that I don't want to inherit. A lot of baggage I don't want to inherit from this. So mostly going to be poking at it with a stick and seeing which bits that I don't really want to program. I don't want to have to do a whole drag drop, good base inventory system thing. Finding those good juicy bits, ripping them out, and putting in our own system. So I think that's a good start. It's a tricky place to start, really. Let's just look at the state of affairs on the current timeline, like what we're actually dealing with here. Currently, the timeline exists. You can move things around the timeline using our debug controls. You can select stuff and use the arrow keys to move things around. That was for our own testing purposes. This is going to take us a step further. So I can even like move their abilities around. It doesn't actually properly work at the moment. It's pretty old code. But this basically have to be ripped out. So what's the baby step here? What's the baby step you want to take? Do you want to clone the combat scene and just start gutting it?
Yeah, I figure.
Okay, we'll go with new timeline combat. Good old test name that'll end up being the name of the whole repo scene. The official name of our repository is called TT Timeline UI, I think. Is it? It's so called that.
I think so, yeah. Either that or Timeline Combat.
Yeah, it's called
TT
TT
Timeline UI.
Timeline UI. I don't trust a long running project that doesn't have a ridiculous repo name. It just happened, and you're like, you know what? Screw it.
It's the natural evolution, right?
It
It always starts as something useless.
Yeah. Oh, we got 10 people now. Hello, everybody. Alright. So this is going to be pretty, kind of, like I said, we'll be poking code with a stick, seeing what we can take from this asset that I bought that could potentially save us a bit of time. But I'm not really a fan of reusing full assets, so it's more a reference thing. So it's going to be a lot of. It's like it's going to look worse before it looks better, like tearing your car apart, so it's all in pieces on the floor. So we made a duplicate scene here, new timeline combat. So let's just get ruthless here. We got the timeline object, which has nothing to do with the UI. That's our actual data side of things. Yeah, with all its events and stuff. And this is hopefully won't need to change too much, but we have to be willing to be pretty ruthless. Otherwise, we're going to be jamming a square peg into a round hole. So we have our world space UI encounter actual timeline. So this is the actual timeline. And it's this big old. Oh wow, that got a lot smaller actually. Like it's all just.
Yeah, we abstracted a lot of this, I feel
yeah,
like.
it's got pulled to nothing. It's just a suit. It's just a. There's nothing to this. It's just an on view at this point. It's just for testing purposes. Yeah. I guess that's good. That bodes well. So I think let's just rip out their inventory from their demo scene, drop it in, and see how much we can pluck out of it. So there seem to be demo world player inventory. This whole guy here. So they have a prefab for this. And a tile. There's an item slot. Okay. So let's. Yeah, we're gonna regret this later if we don't totally just rewrite the entire thing, but use it as a reference. So let's just use their prefabs and unprefab them right away. So down look in our new timeline combat. We'll bring in their prefabs for inventory. It does have its own canvas. One pixel, 1 pixel. We don't have any, so they do have some width and height stuff here. And do we want to have a static width on our timeline?
Well, from a data perspective or UI? Data-wise, I think it would be fine to make it basically maxed int or whatever, but UI-wise, we're going to want to be able to obscure as needed.
Part of me wants me to set something huge.
That's what I'm thinking now.
Yeah. Let's just. I don't know how big these things are. Let's make it small first. Ooh, it feels weird with the 1 key. I'm gonna get this prefab though, because I'm gonna be pretty ruthless with it. So we want our prefabs here, UI. So this will be eventually our timeline. No, I mean, given we're going to change all our script names to inventory to timeline anyway, it's just that act in itself is already good. So again, with a height, because we don't really.
It's unlikely we're going to need more than like 5, I imagine, like single events on the same tick. But
yeah, I'm just worried about being a fixed number. I mean, might as well start with it. It's supposed to have a name because this thing is rendered and it's draggable, but that's the first thing I'm gonna cut. Is main inventory, that's a concept that's gonna have to go away. Same with actual tile sprites that can stay for now. Should highlight old swaps, we'll leave that in. The canvas itself, the title itself, we probably don't need any title stuff. So let's just start. Let's just dupe the script into probably scripts. Like, do we have a namespace for this in UI? UI will pull it. Unfortunately, gonna have to. Actually, no. We'll start with the usual
draggable timeline.
We'll start with the usual. Take the timeline UI and rename it to old. How many times have we done this for timeline?
Oh, I see. Right, like at least 12.
We've done it a few times. Timeline I'll leave. And then this guy, we can copy it out into, I guess, UI. Timeline UI. And I'll get brutal with it. Inventory, doesn't matter. Name, no. Yes. Keep these for now. Canvas. I mean, should we go full on naming convention while we're at it?
Yeah, might as well make it our own.
That's what I'm talking about, especially with optimized. Like that's.
I love it. I love to see it.
So unnecessary and so you can tell there. All right, so. And I'll go with this refactoring things. I don't think it's gonna make a difference. Also,
we haven't even built once with this. I don't think we need to formally serialize, do we?
Not. Yeah, whatever. So let's do this proper. Okay. Gonna be a lot of renaming and boring, so if you guys want to entertain us with stories of your day. I'm sorry, optimization. I'm going to go straight out and make that integer. We may actually want more than 255. Who knows?
C programmers are rolling in their grave right now.
Yeah, if I just unoptimized your code.
You know what? Fuck you. Unoptimized your code.
You know, I can totally do this. Yeah, here you go. Ready? Oh.
I love Ryder.
Yep. Ah. I mean, let's be honest.
Or
Most C programmers are like at least 1 foot in the grave these days. I'm allowed to say
true.
that because I started with C.
It's good to know C, and it's good to appreciate where it's come since then.
Is open. I'll allow that. That's fine. Do have some legit private ones here. Where does this thing actually? Oh, my namespace is not actually. Here we go. Move to new folder. Oh, no. There we go. There we go. Thank you, writer. Here's the main inventory. So let's start getting gutty here. Again, inventory controller. The fact that it's called inventory is going to help us in the long run because we're going to be renaming everything, which means we have to touch absolutely everything.
Oh, I see. Yeah, so if there's an inventory, we know we have
Now-
to do the rename.
Are we ever going to need an inventory system? You think? I can't think of any.
Or, I mean, it doesn't hurt to start with it, right? Worst
I
case,
mean,
you
I
can
don't want
move
to
it
pollute.
later.
I don't. If we did, I'm not polluting the timeline with any mention of inventory. But I'm just curious. Like, I guess we could bring the script back in its former glory if we need it.
Yeah.
All right. So this is going to be very baby step tentative. So register inventory. What's this doing? So this guy's keeping track of all the inventories that's being used for literally nothing. That's good to know. It's not being used for anything. So that's a prime candidate for no thank you. It's not actually being used anywhere. Okay. So let's lose it. We're gonna have to be pretty ruthless for this. If it is main inventory, then again we don't have the concept of main inventory, so therefore the whole register thing doesn't make sense anymore. So it's sort of safe to leave on this fucker. Don't have an idea of a main inventory. Open inventories. I guess we don't have. This could be important. Okay, this looks important. Highlight slots. Yeah, this is being used a lot. So, what's a nice generic name that is not inventory? Grids.
Timeline grid or something.
Like we're not gonna have more than we're gonna always have one of these. So this is so C. We want to do 4 each. There's just minor digs at other developers. They're not in the room to defend themselves, and it keeps you entertained, right? So let's just ditch the idea of open inventories. I don't think shouldn't be an issue. Shouldn't be a thing. There should be just one inventory. So current inventory. Wow, this is. Did I? Inventory, current inventory. Okay. Well, the code's gonna get a lot smaller. Okay. This can be super simplified. So we're just gonna have. Well, first of all, this can't be called an inventory controller. So I'm gonna rename this to timeline UI controller for now. But I'm hoping this will go away. It's a singleton. Which seems reasonable. You heard it here first, people. I don't hate singletons. I'm a pragmatic programmer.
They're useful and when you need them.
Just know what you're doing within singleton and you're good to go.
Yeah. Just plan.
So open inventories I kind of want to not have. This inventory is obviously going to change. What did I just... How is this different from this? Oh, I copied the class, didn't I? So this is what I should be replacing everything with. Instead of inventory, it should be timeline UI. So our controllers, well, timeline UIs instead. And we'll call that. I believe we're going to need a list of these. Is this going to be the timeline UI? So we'll have that just as a. And that's gonna register itself. It can register itself. I think that was what they were doing. Or we can just wire it up because this is a mono. It's a mono behavior. So maybe we should just. Where's this live right now? Let's put this in the same place. It's in UI. Move to scripts UI. Yeah, I know it's down there. Where's this one though? I guess wire this up. Probably it's a mono behavior, so let's just wire that up to wherever this thing lives. So we're gonna need this timeline UI controller that has to exist on something. Well, it's a singleton, so we'll put it. The problem with this is like we basically won't be able to touch Unity for a little while. That's a massacre this code base. It's gonna be so many errors. It's not gonna compile. So item slot seems like maybe we can import and change. So let's do this as well. Pop this in the UI as well. We'll call this timeline slot. It's kind of the name we were toying with on Wednesday. And we'll move that as well. And it will be used. Again, with the open inventories, we don't need, we're going to be just looking at this guy. Out, timeline slot. Now we're going to be careful. Oh, this isn't actually, this isn't timeline. Okay, so timeline slot. We're going to be having to chase. I got to be careful. Like, you have to catch me if I jump out onto any of our files and end up changing their code.
Okay.
I'm trying to keep an eye on this stuff, but I might end up refactoring one of theirs, and that's not what I'm planning on doing. I'm trying to copy everything.
What's the color convention again? Blue is our stuff. Green is other things, or
green is it's a new file. Red is errors, I believe. Or is it?
No, because red underlines errors. I think that's external. Well, no, the timeline UI controller isn't. I'll look it up.
I'm not sure what it is. Honestly, I've never really paid attention to the color code up there.
Yeah,
I'm going to be doing harsh. I'm going to be going well harsh with the bars like everywhere. That's my jam. I mean, let's just recode this. Not recode this, but let's basically go through it, comment what's not been commented. I wish I could put some music on, but it'll get the whole recording mute. I do have an entire list of passwords. Don't see that. I do have all this license free stuff.
Oh, that's true.
Although it will still get takedown, and that's like every single song I listen to, I added to I downloaded and use in some kind of project. Right, I'm gonna have a quick cigarette and use the facilities. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, everybody entertained. Okay.
Welcome back.
Hey. So I had a thought. I think we should reprogram from scratch and use this purely as reference.
Yeah.
There's plenty of good reference here, like chunks we can repurpose. I just have a feeling it's gonna end up annoying us or biting us in the ass if we just try to jam this thing in there.
I agree. I think that it has some embellishments we don't need.
Yeah, I think we're gonna. I don't want to fight it, and there's just plenty of stuff here we don't require. So let's come up with our own. We got the original scripts now, so we don't need to. We can totally gut this thing.
We learned our lesson with Xnode.
Like snowed. Yeah, I do regret, but hey, screw. With ribs. Whoa.
Grids. Ooh. I just ate an entire pizza, so if I go into food coma within the next hour or two, that is why.
I have not eaten today.
You should do that.
I'm not hungry. My medication doesn't work well with eating.
Fair.
I would time everything perfectly. Alright, so certain things I do want to keep. I'm going to be pretty ruthless. Let's just start gutting. Okay. This file, I'm probably gonna leave a fair bit in here still. It's like everything else. I'm probably gonna be pretty brutal. So timeline slots. Because this timeline, well, our new timeline, what was inventory, and also what was item slot. Those will probably have a lot of good useful stuff in there. So that I'm not gonna annihilate, but like is open, not relevant. Items. This stuff's just not. This is what we'll end up fighting more than anything else, I think. I'm interested. What's waiting items all about? Waiting items.
Waiting items.
Populate waiting items. Looks like some sort of queue. Is that a queue? It's a list. Oh, Shrill. Sorry. My bad. Yeah. It looks like a queue. Which is interesting. I'm assuming this is because you can pick up a bunch of items at once, and it wants to find spots for them. Then it has to go through one in order that you pick them up. So say you have like a loot bowl, it's probably to cater for that, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
And again, that's something we will not necessarily need. There's some good stuff in here though. I don't think it needs to be destroyed. Just logically from.
Illogical.
What do they mean by logical? Illogical.
What are comments?
Who knows? And this is something. There's no point fighting any of this. I mean, this is basically why I bought this asset in the first place. It's like this positional stuff. So, like anything to do with size and stuff that can stay. I'm just trying to understand why there is no call to that right now. Item type I want to lose. The item type is just kind of hard-coded gross. This definitely feels like something they put in for the asset, like for the demo purposes, because it seems to only be used for spawning in those like little stands. So I don't really want item type, but it's integral.
Well,
so
it seems that it's also tied to like how big it was, like you saw in that the original. I was like, okay, this one has the size and this
It
height,
has
whatever.
it has a separate size in the item data.
Right.
So this would be incorporated into something that represents our, I guess, timeline event data.
Mhm.
But I don't want to go down. I don't
Right.
want to go down scriptable objects for this at all.
Yeah, we don't need it.
It's not how. That's not. It's not compatible with the runtime nature of the whole thing. So load again, same thing. Item data coming. This is off the all that to come out. And to that, what's our renaming? Add new event, I guess. And if we nuke that, what goes with it? So the concept of size for us is, we did talk a lot on Wednesday about, you know, what if we could support things that aren't just like a linear size, a one-dimensional size. What if we could support things that genuinely affect things around them on the timeline? I'll be right back. Okay.
Well, I hope everyone has had a fun weekend. And or I guess night if you're in Europe.
Does anybody want to see a puppy?
No. Never.
Is my camera still on? It is.
Yeah. There's Thor.
He just ate a carrot, so he's sated. You know. This is the devil incarnate.
Looks like it.
It's pure evil. He also has a severe case of smooth brain. No brain? Smooth brain? Nothing. When Chris is not here, he just goes into like a standby mode. It's like when the TV, it's like has a light on. You can still tell it's not broken, but that's about it.
It's just waiting for input.
Yeah. So he's not sleeping, he goes to standby. Okay, add a new event. So we're going to need the idea of size. And size for us, currently, I don't want to go too far away from the fact that they got three-dimensional or two-dimensional size. That's kind of cool. So, I mean, all they're doing is grabbing the item data from here. And that's purely for the purposes of size, most of it. And this and the waiting items thing, that queue, which we probably won't need. So, and certainly it's something we can re-implement pretty quickly, actually using a queue. So let's nuke waiting items. There's some interesting old school stuff here, like, what's this? What's that doing now? Oh, all incoming items are here first, but not placed until open. That's another optimization, if that sounds good.
Interesting.
That's clever, but
Like
makes me wonder.
Quantum superposition of where items are until you observe it. It doesn't even know.
It makes me wonder what failure modes they would have. Like, you open you open your inventory, and it populates. What if it can't find a spot for it?
Yeah, I wonder about that. How does it know beforehand?
Drop to ground.
Oh.
Which is interesting. I can already see that as like an exploit. Pick up tons of stuff, carry it to your vendor, then open your inventory and it all falls to the ground.
Right.
So anyway, not really relevant for us. So, but this is where the actual position this is where the code is for fitting stuff. I'm still curious what they mean by logically full. One comment would be fantastic if anyone anywhere. Like check logical. What does logical mean? And again, like this stuff too, we don't really care about finding a slot for it. I'm not gonna destroy I'm not going to delete it necessarily, but we don't. That's not what we're about. We're about dragging stuff on there manually. There is no. If we take waiting items out, I think it'll naturally just follow and take the rest of the code with it. Again,
Shro, do you need this IDE? This is JetBrains Rider. They're the same ones who do like PyCharm and such.
yeah, this is an analog to Visual Studio by Microsoft. I prefer this. It's not free. It's $10 a month. Woo.
Oh, it's 20. 10's not bad.
I know I pay like $4 or $5 a month. I have like some ridiculous
Loyalty
loyalty program that they really don't need to do for that price, but they do, so good for them.
Cool. Yeah, no, I've seen some of the cool things it does for you. It seems very very convenient, and it like kind of gets in your head a little bit in terms of like, we know you would want to do this thing, so let me just automate that for you.
Yeah, it's also its features are very discoverable, which I like.
Yes. Right, like a feature could be super cool,
How
but
about
if you don't know it's there, or you have to dig for it.
You only need to learn Alt Enter, and then Control Shift R, and those are two main guys. And everything else kind of just like you can just find it. That and its recommendations are fantastic. Look here. This is like it's just so fucking smart. Like that. I mean, yeah, string format. It's a bit old school, but like I'd rather use a string interpolation. Boom, done. Like it's that smart. So any coders out there do any C#, I do recommend giving it a shot. At least a trial. It's fantastic.
Totally.
So I just nuked waiting items. Where did this come from? Title rector. Again, we don't care about titles. This positioning a title. We don't need a title on our stuff. Initialize slots. Sure. Let's name this properly. Yeah, definitely give it a shot if you're not a Vue program. Originally it was a plugin for Visual Studio called ReSharper, and then they went full out and made an IDE. So they did that.
Okay, I didn't know ReSharper was the original.
And ReSharper is still fully maintained because it's so deep into a lot of people's pipelines. I was broke. I was a student at the time when that came out, so I never fully paid for it. It was not cheap. Like they went from like at least $100 a month or something. ReSharper. No, it wasn't that bad. It was a hefty one-off fee, I think. And then you could buy new versions, major versions. They went from that to effectively a trivial subscription fee for a full-on IDE, which is totally set them free in terms of what they can do with the IDE. So JetBrains.
Oh yeah, totally.
These guys know what the hell they're doing.
I mean, if you're doing this for work, like a single hour of your time is more than paying for it. So
yeah, I mean, you can pretty much code at the speed of thought. I don't like typing that much, and so okay, this is gonna be what's actually happening here. Let's focus here for a second. This is width first, then height, initializing the tiles themselves, naming them. Again, we'll probably still want those. Positioning them. So we'll want this. And we'll have to redo their prefab. We're leaving timeline slot now. Initialize. So now we're going to be jumping over to their specific timeline UI. This will be, again, I'm not entirely sure this is necessary. We never get more than one timeline, so I say that.
do we think we're going to? I mean, like,
I don't.
we're gonna have the enemies timeline, but I think we could just use the same one, I imagine.
I mean, there may be cases where we actually can put something on the enemy timeline. It could be a thing. It's possible.
Right, but would we have to use a separate timeline for that, or could we just use the same one?
Yeah.
I figure let's keep it simple for now.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, let's start with one just for now until we have some sort of paradigm shift.
Well, we still have all this reference, so it's not hard to go back into. So initializing a timeline slot just takes a position as sprite. Fine by me, and that's used here. The sprite. There was no graphics in this at all, which is fine. We want to leave on that anyway. It no longer needs that. I really want to make this not some mono behavior. There's a lot of mono behaviors here, which makes me a little uneasy. Like, I don't know how much this really needs to be mono behavior. Like, this feels like maybe a raw class. But it is also meant to be on a prefab, so that's the whole point of the tile. IntelliJ. What's IntelliJ by JetBrains 2? That's a Java version.
Yeah, I think they're all JetBrains. Yeah, it's like PyCharm, I think it's their Python.
I got PyCharm as well, but I haven't
Yeah.
been able to justify the subscription for that yet.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not coding
I want
Python,
to. Like, I almost use Python for electronics projects. But I got things like Mu and stuff, which is okay. I might get around.
yeah, if you can't identify a need, I don't know how it's worth it.
I don't think it's hella cheap either. Quick detour here.
No, I think that one was like 20 a month or something.
I'm not sure why I don't want to look at it on the spinny side. Yeah, that's about, yeah. Yeah, I mean, how much is,
And now I'm curious about Rider.
because I know I'm not paying any of that. And I've got okay, so the Writer's Dot Ultimate is what the package I got, and Dot Ultimate comes with some killer shit, like I have ReSharper still. They do have a C++ thing. They also have Clion, which is their C version, the C and C++ version of Writer. Again, I don't really ever use for that. Visual Studio for my use, this is fine. This is where it gets fucking crazy. Though, like Dot Peak is just so good, so good. The Dot Peaks are decompiler, so I can say, hey, give me this. Decompiles it for you, and this is straight up decompiled Unity code. And I've honestly decompiled stuff before and can't even tell.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, it does a pretty good job with like the naming and everything too.
Yeah, it's like it's really good. Like they just follow their own. It doesn't, like, God knows what these are actually called. To be fair, these are assemblies, so they can peak quite a lot to those, depending how the assemblies are made. I'm not going to break the whole mono behavior thing right now. Until I desperately need to. So this is also initializing a draggable object, again with a name. I don't know why a draggable object has a name. It seems to be used in their display text, which is happening in every single update. If hovering items, this looks like a tooltip. We'll probably use our own tooltip system for these. There's no point in mixing having. Let's not reinvent the wheel. Have two tooltip systems. So let's break this right now. Let's kill initialization. This might be useful for our own stuff. So what I'm probably going to do is use our tooltip system here. And that will come useful, sure. And we don't display text anymore. This is the stuff I want to keep. All this stuff I know it seems small and not that much of a hassle. It's just like offsets and stuff like that to make nice. I'm sure we'll be changing it a bit. I honestly think these are a Unity thing. It's not color coding them, but I'm pretty sure that is a Unity thing.
I guess I wouldn't be surprised either way.
So we nuked initialization, so it means we don't need this anymore either. Toggle inventory isn't going to be a thing anymore. But let's just see what we got here. Close. Instance, any side inventory open. All this open and close. Anything to do with open, it's just we go. Nothing in here seems really savable. We got some pause stuff. Don't need that either. We don't need open, we don't need close. Just need to come back to whatever the hell this is going to be. Add new event. I mean, we can just start putting in our timeline event in here. That's a raw class, right? Yeah. And then whatever it needs, we don't need that. So I guess this is going to have a size, which is pretty much just going to be just a it's our warm-up, isn't it, pretty much? So X will be... Is it cooldown? No. Do we even feed that through?
Cooldown?
Is it cooldown?
Yeah, there.
Is cooldown what I'm thinking of here for our warm-up?
Warm-up as well.
Warm-up and then cooldown is our... We don't pass warm-up through.
We placed there.
Yeah, this is gonna eventually be in our drop code. A bunch of this is gonna change.
I guess you're right. We haven't had a need to pass that through yet. We just tell the timeline event that this is when you're gonna do your thing.
Yeah. Well, let's get it through there for now. How much of this can we bring up to our proper naming standards again? Because this is a raw class, so all of it, I guess.
Yeah, I imagine.
Let's just get brutal. Timeline event. I have how much is it gonna kill? It's serializable, so that probably I don't know that broke anything. Yeah, these can be read-only. Using one.
Not silly. We might be changing it later.
True. Oops. So this will be for now our warm-up and 1. My key is missing. I'll deal with that. Let's have one odd colored key in here.
It'll give you a character. Make it like an emergency button or something.
It's just gonna have an exclamation mark on it. Who needs the 1?
Yeah. Right. Who needs the 1?
So that's our size of event now. I hate using that fucking whatever the hell this is called in this case. We don't have waiting items. We don't have this open concept, but this is kind of where all the work's happening. So we want to use this, but we want to, it's not going to be waiting anymore. So just populate items, populate events. Don't worry about this, and then this is just going to be Is this before or after it's found a place to live? I think this is like you picked up a bunch of stuff. You picked up a bunch of stuff, and this is why it seems hacky. It's like, oh yeah, that's a problem.
Right, like it's finding a fit slot 272 and doing things based on that.
Yeah, this is just not going to be used, is it? Because we're not finding fits. When I just take this out, this kind of stuff will be useful, I think. Yeah. So let's leave it. And why is this a goal? Or if it's full. Uh, I don't know why it's got a find fit slot here and then also has the waiting thing. I'm on the lines the slot. Again, logical, no idea. Current slot.
I mean, it's right there though. 353.
Hmm?
No, it's just yelling at you about current slot for some reason.
Yeah, it's because it's coming from here. I made it from far.
Oh, I see.
Sounds like it's a private. I think I'm the only C# programmer who just doesn't care about regions.
I don't even really know what that is.
It just lets you let you collapse things.
Oh.
I just never use it.
Yeah, I've seen it like on the side you can collapse it, but I thought the IDE would usually just do that.
I don't spend a lot of time scrolling through code. I know my way around my code other ways. So
Right, yeah.
get items as string. Well, this isn't being called anymore, so that doesn't sound particularly important. And I mean actually do it. Slots to fill. What are you? It's a list. Okay. Try get slots to fill and physically position item. Shit. Is that recursive? No. Oh, it's items. Item? This guy. Oh, okay. And this is gonna take a while before we're anywhere. Title again, don't care. You can find that baby step pretty soon. Dragged inventory. And this looks like it's for grouping. Yeah, this is for moving to other things, other inventories. Again, not necessary. Try move item. Where was that pulled from? It's in their item code. So item code's another one that we're gonna need here. Ah, that's what it's got me hooked. So this guy, item. Right. And this is kind of going to be, I think, our timeline events UI. Do we have those?
I don't think so.
Okay, good. That's pretty much what it sounds like to me. I do want to break any interface stuff they have. I'm not pulling interfaces around. Where is that? Used. Doesn't seem used anywhere. Interesting. Alright, well, let's use it. We cast target review.
Probably just for picking up.
Oh, it's actually changing the rec transform. Which is fine, that still fits with our time limit UI thing. It also has its size. Item inspector, item slot. So this is gonna be our timeline slot. Awake filled slot. Again, why? Alright, they've got a unique ID here. It's nothing used for. No use of this. Come on. I'm not seeing. This also smells like they ripped it out of an engine and just. This can't be. No. This is. They ripped this from an engine that probably had a purpose for them.
Yeah, it's looking like it.
We got rid of initialize because it was all about the titles. We don't care about that. We do need the hooks, is what we came here for. Yeah, we need to get to ourselves to a point where we can see something. We'll be on the leads for days. So I think on that note, I'm going to start trying to get to an MVP here. If that means a lot of commenting out, then so be it. Timeline slot. That doesn't make sense anyway. Okay, let's see something broken. There's just a timeline UI here. I want to clear this out. So, try move items not being used right now, but that's very much a thing. Yeah, I think we're gonna want. Where's theirs used? Place. Item place. Oh yeah, so I was just timeline UI place. Timeline UI. Oh, yeah, I am in the file. But this is in the inventory. And attached inventory isn't a thing. That's our timeline UI. Yeah, roll with it for now. We're not going to have an old inventory. Set 2. Yeah, I'm not using it to change everything. Where are they using it? That's 2. Oh, we do use it. Thing is, if I go through and actually properly make all these the right thing. What's that? An item slot? Oh, timeline slot. We should bring everything. Rename all these things to the proper classes, and we should. Oh, it is recursive. No, there's another one down here. That's probably why it's freaking out. And same deal. It's not like that UI. Item slots. We are online slot. There's 3 of them. Fucking okay. Oh, it just keeps on going. Item slot will be this guy. A filled slot. What happened to you? Oh, right. That was public before. Alright, fine. We'll just make it a. Oops, 2 types. Go on here. Filled slot. Public. Oh, he's in fucking name, isn't it? Alright. I feel very blinded now. Item slot. Items container. I don't know what that is. Let's see something broken first. Get something broken quickly. Again, with the dragging to other inventories, not a thing.
Yeah, we're not sure about this.
So let's nip this in the bud. Wait, before I nip this, is anything? No. And all this stuff too, open and closed. Or this. This is some controller I don't suspect it's gonna last very long. It's. I mean, that does sound important, but. That's probably gonna be, I don't know, a bit much for single things for one thing, so I'll probably bugger off somewhere else. So that can go too. Drop to ground, that's not a thing. Try and move item, time on filled slot, okay. Let's just make this thing. So, top left slot. Get in there. Shouldn't be needing this anymore. Why is this on begin drag on event begin drag on event image drag? This is what I was trying to get rid of a second ago. If item is item dragged in timeline, I don't know what they're doing here. It's kind of weird. There's an open. Again, this will be our timeline UI. Slots to fill. Getting there.
Baby steps.
This is actually the wrong type, isn't it? Yeah. Ah, we're still an item here. Right.
I'm going to refill my water. I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. These are now going to be events. And that's going to be our UI. Don't know why they're doing it this way. And initialize is just doing that, so let's just make that that. Slowly but surely, still is taking some item stuff. It's gonna be such a bitch. You got the first time around, but that's the nature of it. Drop item to ground, we don't have a concept like that. Drop item from inventory, same deal. That one doesn't seem that's important. Slowly, timeline slots. This is what's this complaint here? Oh,
Probably the VAR.
yeah. Yeah. And that's definitely for each. Actually, let's link it up. Luke. I'm kind of not paying attention to the logic of what's going on here. I'm just looking at syntax. Basically, going to run through this whole thing with the debugger and a fine-tooth comb. Highlight new slots. That one sounds important. Again, we're back in item, so this item is our timeline event UI. Event. Highlighted slots should be the same as this. Okay, we've cleared out timeline UI. A lot of dependencies here still. Like, see if there's any items left in here. So let's name some of these guys. Well, gotta be name all overloads. Oh, I can. Nice. Back inventory. Unused. Yeah, this is also one of those stupid things like why. Now, yeah, okay, fair play. That was. Did that make me a ternary? No, that's gross. Just leave that. Item. Try to get slots and physically position event. No idea what that method's doing. Okay, all these guys are there'll be a timeline event UI. Same deal. Isn't quite the complete rewriting I was aiming for, but
At least we're not just lifting the code directly.
well, it is kind of right now.
Well, true.
Of just two of the classes, three of the classes. And I'm doing this pretty dumbly right now. I'm not really.
I mean, to be fair, we're not really sure what all of this does.
I got a good gist of it, but that's not a particularly good way to go forward. Okay, and this seems I killed another dependency. That's gotta be good. So inventory is gonna be busted. I don't want a new code, but okay, that's a big boy. Okay, timeline slot. What do you got? Attached inventory, not what we want. We'll go with this for now. Well, that can sit here. Oh, that was a big refactor. That used. How many places? Position in timeline. Build tile color. That's another one of those. Guy. Together. Same deal. Wait, highlight tile. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Same thing. Slowly. Items fucked, but it's okay. We're gonna just do this. Now this one has I'll allow that. Okay, what's left in here? Few bits and pieces. Old inventory. I'm not using it anywhere. Feels like it should be used somewhere. Fill. Try move item set to inventory. So as I try move event. Set to inventory. Oops. Which override was that? First one. Guess we got rid of that. Well, and that was it. But I think we actually populated this guy. Oh no, we have initialized as well. So I really need that. That's removing between things. Highlighter controller. Ooh. Don't really want to fuck with this. have to. This last hovered inventory stuff. It's got a concept of old. See a sequence. Yeah, we'd be going for a while. Ah. Recast target. Oh. I'll just make this a good set. Oh, that's a public though. Never mind. That's prefab stuff. Okay, timeline slot. Bar it. Last hard. Okay. So if the hovered slot, I have to think of the logic here for a second. We're highlighting slots. We're giving an item's position and its actual thing. So get hovered slot. Get top left dot of event. How much would they mean by dot? I mean, I know what they mean by it, but I'm not sure what they mean by dot.
Yeah.
Okay, so if all of this is to do with the last hovered inventory, now this kind of, we are going to be placing stuff. This is where we might run into problems. Is right now everything is like inventory to inventory. It's like we have a chest example, for instance. You take the inventory for a chest. We're going to be spawning these things when you play a card, so we're not going to technically have a last inventory.
Yeah, I don't feel like that'll be
kind of come from anywhere, come out of nowhere. So that's the use case is different for us. Or just kind of appear on the screen, not having come from somewhere. So this really think. So this is when you're removing it from another inventory. It's emptying the slots it was in, and then updating its inventory, and then does. This is all to do with. Yeah, no, this isn't, because this is now the new one. So the hovered slot. Do we have an attached timeline? We do have that. Kind of tempted to. Hey, Christy. Yeah, sorry. So maybe we should keep this in here. Last hover inventory, and then let's make it a. Because I mean, it can be null. It's easy to have a problem with it being null, so that would be our timeline. UI. Last hover timeline. So this would be the first thing on the chopping block.
Yeah.
Once we've figured out. That makes no sense for us, but I don't want to brutal that logic too much right now. We're in the highlight controller right now, so we're in their code again.
Oh, one. I was trying to say wonderful, and then I said try to say fun. I just said one.
So I'm just gonna move it out and break all those.
Mhm.
And give it a better name. This would be like timeline highlight. What a terrible. Awesome. You'll reorganize this at some point. It should already be like timeline. It's just getting substantial enough now that you can start moving those into a new folder. I'll do the same with these guys. That's just a giant hassle. Do that normally.
Yeah.
Uh, slowly. Finishing this guy. Mm-hmm. Position and inventory. That's a slot. Position and timeline. Ah, width and height. What happened to you guys? Did I make it rid of width and height? Oh, I just made the rename. Okay. Well, let's just get us for this guy. Slots to highlight, guys. Slot. Get slot on position. Logical stuff again. Position in timeline. Oh, I see. It's just renaming it. What is this one? Oh. It's... I made it private for some reason. Sign up the other day. What was this? What are they doing? Why?
What?
Come on. We're getting there. Old inventory. If placed in another inventory that was set. True, nowhere. But yeah, we don't do that. Why is this returning? Okay, you're right. Place only needs the else, I guess. Yes. If it failed. If it failed, then what's it trying to do now? What's it trying to do here? If it failed, it's trying to... It's trying again? This is the same thing. No, that's a vector... Right, that one's... weird. What is happening? This one takes a vector 3. Which I suspect should be one of those vector 2 things.
Oh yeah.
Vector 2 ints. I don't know why.
Um,
I'm not gonna fight that. It's
does it need the three for part of like the ray casting or whatever? I don't know. I
it
would,
is
but
actually setting position, so yeah, probably, yeah. Looks like it's. I'm not sure. Oh my god. Well, got a bunch of shit here that's not happy, but that's alright. Let's let them do the bare minimum. Good enough for government work. Draggable object. This one's important. Display. Okay. Yeah, we don't need this display. I'm gonna just delete that. Who's inheriting? I'll let it get messy. This should probably be in timeline. Draggable object, but should have not using anything else right now. Alright, I don't see any errors in. I'm sure there's tons, but time to let Unity wake up. It's like, oh my god, wake up to me. Oh, right. Whoops. I totally destroyed connection to the timeline. That's expected. I namespaced ourselves into a corner here with this.
oh,
Need to give a better name.
I mean, this is the timeline, like the actual brains behind it.
This is a full.
It's not
This is a
UI.
namespace for the UI dot timeline. That's it.
Sure.
And timeline old's complete. Fucked now. That's okay. Unfuck it. Right. Like more errors, you know? Yeah. Well, I've got rid of most of your faces, so I can just relic these things.
Right.
It's gonna ruin all of the fine references, but definitely don't want that anymore. Display text controller. This is the tooltip, basically. Might not even input manage. Maybe that. Demo controller, definitely don't. chest. So we find like we'll run it, it'd be such a state of disrepair that we're like, you know what? Should have just used reference. Okay, interactable. Allow it. Get in there. Basic movement. We don't need one of those. Should we make this a 3D game?
Make what?
Should we make this a 3D game?
Yeah, right now. Let's go.
We have a basic movement.
Make it 40.
We have a basic movement controller. I mean, it's halfway there, right?
Just buy it off the asset store. A 3Difier.
And they can go there. Yep, that might be it. Oh, goodness. I still have really no clue where we're at. So,
Somewhere right in the middle.
we need baby steps is placing something on our timeline. So where is that thing? Let's get it up here. Right? Well, let's see how many millions of arrows we have. Now we have another issue too, is that everything we actually use world space canvas. We don't actually use any of this. That might fuck up the that might maybe fuck up some of our drag drop stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Um, so this has got the inventory. Now we actually want to have a timeline UI on this. Width. Let's start with something. Empty tile color. Something green.
Sure.
Filled red. Highlighted blue. Highlighted old. Cyan.
Sure.
Inventory canvas. I'm assuming it's this dude. Events container. I'm assuming it is. Turning this into events container. We won't need a title anymore. Let's continue to see this. I gotta. Let's apply all this shit. Change in here. Tiles continue to see that. Sprite. Tile sprite. Single tile. That's about right. Okay. Hit play. How much red do we have?
Oh boy. All right.
This is us. This is because I made a new scene, and that's happening. Yeah. Testing. Okay, well. What's the name of this thing? New timeline combat. Now with extra tact. the reds. No reference on this dude. It should not be inventory, it should be timeline tile sprite. And that's our timeline live if there's any stuff. I thought I filled that in. Well, I just renamed it now.
Oh, this one?
Interesting. Yeah, different flavor. A single tile. Okay, what's this? It's not renaming it. Means why? Inventory canvas. What canvas? Still says inventory tile sprite. I doubt they have a custom editor, so why is it still saying that?
What's he yelling about?
It's still called inventory. Inventory tile sprite. There is no inventory tile sprite. It suggests it's not compiling your code. See, it says inventory tile sprite here.
Yeah.
So unless they have a custom editor, which they won't, because we just made this class again. Where the hell's it getting that name from? Where is it getting that from? Oh, I had play mode. Genius.
Oh. Whoops.
I even started using that tint. I'm trying my one.
Oh, yeah.
It's gonna be one key, not spell. I'm just gonna roll it. I don't know if it's stuck or not. Even gluing is. Oh, you know that glue? That glue was supposed to be super good. It's not super good.
Not doing its job.
No, it's not hard.
Thanks. Guess you'll just be one less from now on.
Figure something out. Canvas. Okay, interesting. Same line. Oh, right, yeah, because that's the whatever this tile instantiate from this old shit here. This should just not do this at all. This should just be an event, a timeline event prefab. Not use their resource. I didn't want to use their resource. Whatever.
Yeah, whenever possible.
And that'll be a timeline event UI. So now we need to make a prefab for that. So that prefab tile. So let's just throw one out here. Make our own. timeline tile. And that's gonna have timeline slot. Main slot. Oh, this is the main slot. You don't even call this debugging thing.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea what this main slot stuff's about. I'm assuming it means like the top left slot, maybe?
Yeah, or like
This is like
main slot. I don't know.
it's filled slots 0 and it's a default. And just
So the main slot of the filled slots.
it's re-establishing it here. I'm assuming it's the top left or whatever your primary slot is.
Well, why would it be like a property of the filled slots array though? That makes me think it could be per slot. Like, is it the main slot?
Mm.
Maybe the main slot of the item, like when you click, it's like which one hovers over your mouse or
It
something.
might snap to that location. It's
Yeah.
so much of that code. I mean, honestly, it might just be here. This could pretty much could be what it's only used for. And we don't use any of this anymore. I'll leave it there, but I'm aware that probably should be a hide in hide inspector deal though. Timeline style.
Yeah.
Right. Timeline tiles, timeline slot. What did I make that thing? Timeline event prefab. Is that really what I meant though? No, it's a tile. It's just well, maybe a timeline tile prefab. Sorry, timeline slot. Even they were mixing their names up as well. This guy. Timeline slot. Alright, for that. Attached timeline. Looks like it's not being set. Which isn't being set. Attached timeline. Whenever we're creating these guys, so I guess when we're initializing it here. Yeah, I specifically remember removing that from here. So we're doing a bunch of gets with this thing, but we don't really. I don't want to hard remove it, but we are getting a lot of stuff in here. Is it being initialized before? Where's that one? Hitting it and initialize here. So if we just initialize it with a timeline UI, basically bring it back to where it was.
Right.
And that would be this. answer the question. Hey,
Cool.
That's Odin.
Oh yeah.
That's not what it's actually complaining about, really. No. Yeah, that's deep in the library DLL somewhere. Okay, so that's something. Gonna have a piss and sit smoke and carry on.
That's good.
We'll, probably, I guess, start with having something already in there, maybe, and we can try moving it around
Sure, rather than trying to insert it
just to see
already.
how much of that still works, and then start playing with. I'm probably just gonna put a big old button in the little screen, and you click on that, it spawns something with your hand, and you have to go back. Baby step.
Sure.
Back in a minute.
Yeah, bit by bit.
Right.
All right. Try adding something to that timeline then.
Mm-hmm. I think center that for a bit. 0, 0, 0. I kind of want a world space, especially if we get too far into it. Oh, Jesus. The scale is going to... Yeah, sure.
All right. Thanks for joining.
Have a good one. Right. So, actual pixel height, that's fine. See that actually numbers. No, positionally, I don't know the hell's going on with this thing.
Yeah.
Where's it's going to 0 from? Oh, it's probably depth. Where, what depth are we using for
Good question.
8.5. Don't want that. What about the timeline? 0, 0, 3.5. The usual scaling I normally use. Getting zeroed. Let's look at it in 3D. Some Z fighting maybe.
Might be.
Or it could be a shader thing. Let's see if we have any interesting shaders on the go here. Default UI.
I thought the only one we had was for the arrow when you select things with the card.
They're using a default UI. UI default. Is this theirs? One slot. UI default. Whose is this? And why can't I change it? And set someone?
Might be. Like in code, I think.
Doesn't seem like it. I can't modify it. I can't imagine being. I mean, this is what I'm looking at the render queue here, but where the hell is this getting set? It's got no material. Where is this even coming from? I'm going to do that. So I have to do the image. So this something just. Where's it getting this? I guess it's just an. Let's just see if a normal UI element has it. Yeah, standard. So what is y? What's it clipping with? Around 6. Doesn't like it in here either. Not using any kind of interesting material. Um, Weird. That's hmm. It's a straightforward image. Well, we probably should incorporate this whole thing and not have its own canvas.
Mm. Unless you think it'd help to have it on its own.
I'd rather it's not using a different event listener.
Oh yeah.
Got a weird scale on it.
Mm.
No. It seemed to help. It could be a render order.
Yeah.
These are the door man, is it? I don't think that's something I've never thought I'd do.
What?
I bought toilet paper off Amazon.
Wow.
There was
I
actually
guess you're.
It was a really good deal on the bought last night. It was like, I normally I buy it when I buy my groceries or we have tons left.
Sure.
And there you go. Now I got toilet paper.
Yeah, my roommate does like the grocery delivery, and I'm just like, I'm too picky about exactly what I want, and they always seem to get like at least 3 things wrong every time he does an order. So.
I buy like that near beer in severe quantities. Like I don't
Oh
know,
right.
like 8 cases at a time. So fuck if I'm gonna be carrying that shit around.
That's fair.
Okay, well, it's there. I don't know what the hell its position's all about, but it's there.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
And the scaling is upsetting. Something else is that kind of bad, crazy scale. These direct transforms have proper widths. Is it lined up there? Well, let's worry about that later. Let's get something in there. Right. So probably gonna make a little test script for this. the timeline UI. We'll make a little timeline UI test. And let's work on our timeline. I'll start by seeing if we just place something in there. So we'll grab on our way to the timeline UI. Yeah, and then I guess we'll put some nasty on beauty buttons or anything now. Well, I'll have it happen now, just here. Just create something. So add test event to the timeline. How the hell does this work? Start.
Just read all of their comments.
Oh, we got add new event. It's an actual timeline event, which we can create just from nothing. Yeah, we could do it with the comments, sure. Timeline event. This was a whole pile of shit, isn't it? Well, let's know most of this stuff. ID. That is actually used. Pull down. Oh, I'm actually hit the one key. No,
oh yeah.
No. Pulse. Pulse. And then it's the timeline UI. Add new event. Could have failed, but we'll debug the fuck out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then basically we'll just start moving around and then call even more code that isn't necessary for what we're trying to do with it.
Sure.
Well, I think we were fairly thorough about calling stuff, so that failed. I wish I could figure out where this fucking thing's coming from. Really not a great error. Where's the other one?
There.
Alright. Slots have been created. Now this is actually done in start. So we have I'm doing it in a wake. Which should not do. And this should probably happen in a wake. I'm not fighting here. So we'll have some slots in. Let's start our conductor. Now I'm assuming it's going to go to the top left if it works. No errors.
Probably.
No errors, so time to hit it with the debugger. In we go. 3-1, as expected. Three height 10, so we set up to. Creates a slot position. And then gets the slot on position. Don't know what check logical is saying true here. Let's see what we got here. So 0, 0. You should be fine. Get a slot. Okay, cool. We've got a slot. Checks it's empty. It is empty. Now this is where the logical shifts. What's this there? Is logically false. If true and okay, so we have item slot. Don't know what logical means still. Does it fit into the slot? Good question. So this is going through the size and checking all the neighbors. Cool. Again, check logical, don't know. And this guy we've seen. Already working. Did you just jump through? Okay, so it's making the assumption that that slot is at least free. This one, I think.
Seems like it.
Now we get the slot position. It's worth fucking how much a month just to be able to F11 and use arrow keys. This should also be fine. We get a slot. Does 1, I'm assuming it's XY. And we name these dudes. Happens in the timeline awake. Yeah, it is X. So we're looking at X1, Y0. It's empty. So it's returning it. So I'm assuming we're going to get to here. We do. So if you get a true on the sort of returns current slot. So it fits into slot 0, 0 as I expected. Do these comments again. And now it's again with a logical. The current slot is the fit. So for each one it's filling, it's in fill logical. So that'll be 0. So it's going to take each one of those and run this for all of them. So saying logically true. Okay. So also expect this to hit here. Returns true on add new event. So maybe there was more to it than that. So time to check their code. This was add new item. Not going to comment it out. This guy. So this is where you pick up something from the ground in their demo. And it just destroys the item on. So there shouldn't be more to it than that. So items. This is where I expect to see things being populated in the items, which we should be named to events. And that will be in the timeline events container. So the events container. I'll try move event. So we've added it, but what calls these guys? The place. The place is what kicks us off. And that's on the timeline, so we need to call place. That's private. Where's it actually calling it from? Just on drop. Which I wouldn't expect because unless we're calling on drops somehow weird. Because on drops not going to be triggered for were they triggering each drop? Let's go back to their ground item. They add their where was this being used? Interactive world object. So nothing anything special beyond that. But it looks like place needs to be called. They're not calling place anywhere. Other than drop. But what place is doing could be replicated somewhere else. What are we looking at? Try move item. Yeah, it was all that populate events thing, which does try move item, which therefore does place. No, it doesn't do place. But does the equivalent of place. So we don't need to call place, we need to kick off this behavior. So let's start poking around with that in our test. We have a timeline event. No, it's timeline UI dot try move event. That's our timeline event. And I guess this is going to be the position of our. It doesn't have a position though. It doesn't have a. It's filled the slots. I didn't see these change though.
And me either.
Although fill logical doesn't necessarily mean shit. It's what's the difference between fill logical and see this fill slot and fill logical? I think well I know what logical means. Horribly named, so I think what it means is behind the scenes it's full. This is the UI side of things. This is waiting. This is waiting for the inventory to open.
Right. Okay.
So it's logically filled. Like it's spoken for. But until this guy gets called, which is in these try move events. And the filled slots, I'm assuming we did hit those up. No, we didn't. Well, it is recreating that here, so I think we just need to kick off this. And unfortunately, I don't have this. Like, why would I? Right, so try move item. What did they provide that? Fit slot for item. Right, this is popular events. This is the one we're interested in. So fit slot for item is again, I don't know why They're not checking logical this time. I really don't know why they have a why are they speaking for that slot and then trying again.
Yeah.
Can we just skip that whole? I think what we want to do is modify how this works. I don't have an interest in this philological stuff. I'd rather just does it.
Yeah.
So I think we want to kind of skip to this guy. Also notice that we made that take a timeline event, not a timeline event UI. Timeline event UI probably does have a position, right?
I think so, yeah.
No. Got a bunch of stuff we don't need, like type. Or name. Still using item data. I think that's something. We're not even calling initialize. That's bad. So we should be calling initialize with this. Now we replaced timeline, the item data with that's actually the timeline event. We don't need name anymore. Timeline event's got an ID you can use. Let's make that official. Right. Good point. We will need something like that one. That's a good point. We don't really have sprites on that, do we? We do have a. We need this. Let's just have it. Is timeline UI singleton? I can remember.
I think it is.
No.
Or it may not have because we mirrored it for the enemies.
What do we have? We have a get sprite, I think. Get icons? No, it's not ours. Get agent sprite. No, we don't have one. We never really. Does everything on timeline look the same right now? Yeah. So we never bothered. So timeline tests. Oh no, it's doing that thing again with the fucking hand.
Oh no.
Sounds like Vernon had a power for me. Guess he might be joining.
Oop. You said Jesse might be joining?
His computer's walking out 2 hours in his password. He always does it himself. But Vernon
That is unfortunate.
Vernon had a big power failure. I think it's like a bazillion degrees still in.
I was gonna say, is it still pretty bad in Vancouver, or how's it?
No, it's fine here. Vernon's pretty warm. Vancouver's decent. It's nice. Pleasant.
Okay. So envious. Except for last month.
Is it still hot, super hot there?
Oh no, I mean, it always is in Denver. The average high is like 32-ish, I think, in July. Which, like, isn't that bad. It's a dry heat, but still.
So we're trying to not do the add new event, aren't we? It seems to rely on it though. It's got this filled slots guy, but I'm also not seeing filled slots being populated anywhere. Here. Oh, they're remaking it, of course, too. So filled slots is coming from this triangle event, which is coming from another new list, which is this guy, physical one. Is this mentioned? I don't know why they got this logical thing. It doesn't make any sense. But this is actually looking at this is properly looking at it's doing the same job, effectively. The logical thing just seems to be ignoring it. I'm maybe I'm missing something. But I think we just want to skip to the try. Skip this guy. What was this new again? A sprite? No, what was it? Top left. I mean, I don't know. Tell me. Maybe that was the point. Does it keep rejigging it? Get closest slot. Alright, this is badly named. Is event. Like a timeline. Which has been pulled from here, which is also weird. I mean, this is so very much. I mean, what we're doing is pretty hacky at the moment, at least. So I'm tempted to just throw it and zero that thing and see what happens. See what goes with zero. Wait, that was a no, not the thing. Timeline event. Oh, timeline event UI. We never actually made one of those, did we? That's kind of yeah. What the fuck?
Oh, yeah, right.
Where are those being made? Oh, screen utility, get top left dot. It's using raycast target and shit. No idea what's happening there. That's all in the place code though, which is the on drop triggered stuff.
Right.
Basically, where are they getting their UI from? Is it already existed? Theirs were just called item, I think.
Thought so.
Where the hell is this getting created? It's probably on there. Yeah, it was already on there. We've renamed this. Oh, we haven't. Let's get rid of this. Make any time of it. We're not actually instantiating anything. We should do that. Yeah, like what instantiates it? See, I'm butchering the code now, so I can even go check it. Just instantiate it and hope it positions it. I guess so. Got the instance initialize. Right, this one still takes the data. Gotcha. So it is actually it doesn't even store the data. The sprite's working. But this is a prefab, so I'm happy for this too. Just no, you have to do that. We'll set it up in the prefab. But it doesn't actually store the event data, which is interesting. Like, how do they even know what? Not hard to add, but how do they even know what's
Right.
weird? We got a comment.
Wow. Okay. The most useful one
Spot
possible.
the intern. Should I make a good name? All right. So that will take our timeline event and the UI, which we have. Attached timeline. Cool. And then we try to move this guy. Yeah, okay, let's just give the thing a sprite and we found so. Please. I don't know if it's a sprite per tile, I guess we'll find out.
Yeah.
Timeline slot, not slot. And we don't even have it. We don't even have an F3 of that yet. So, shit. What do those errors look like? Do they have one? Inventory item. Here we go. Item 2D. Item regular object. Right. So that's our guy. Got it. Pull it. Timeline. And then UI. That was our item. Recast target. Be, I guess, this. Go recast target. So neat. Ah, right here are the hooks. So they aren't actually right. They weren't actually the events list. We could have coded this thing probably the time and take us to mess through all this, but
Yeah, well,
such is life.
now we know.
Oops. That's gonna be our test script. See what happens. I don't know. I mean, like, how people make like. Oops, it's huge.
Oh my.
How people make like asset flip games. Like,
Right. Yeah, it like blows my mind.
I understand because, like, first of all, like, why would you? But I mean, money, I guess. But why? It's not. I guess it's why they're universally shit because, like, it's not easy to take an asset off the asset store without heavy modification and make it fit your game.
I mean, unless that's really what they're trying just doing is lazily putting it in there.
Spot on if you reset the scale.
Hmm.
So hopefully the scale's on here. It's not. So that means wherever it's doing is parenting. Surely that's in here somewhere. Where the fuck is it parent? Here?
Where are your parents?
What was that? The Arnie quote. Here you go. Set parent. So what we want to do here is false or true. I can never fucking remember which one it's supposed to be.
What's the argument?
Oh, it's the one that does the rejigging of like scale and stuff to make it stay the same.
Oh, right, yeah.
Or try to stay the same, and you can bypass it by either pretty true or false. I never remember which one it is. It's a terribly named um, argument. Yeah, it was false.
Right.
Check it.
Oh,
And it responds for click. Okay, cool.
awesome.
It's actually
Progress.
That's decent. Canvas is not assigned. Yeah, I renamed that. Didn't fuck up. Didn't. Which class is that? Timeline UI. Did not. I could have sworn I. Nope. I renamed it. Didn't bother. Oh, so the canvas. Why does it need a canvas? Oh, okay. Shit. It kind of did want its own canvas. Just so it renders on top. I don't think we're gonna have a problem there. Let's see if we can do without that. And hopefully that's the only use of canvas. Yes, it was good. Hoping we don't need that.
Yeah.
Given we have a world space canvas, we can have it like literally just come closer. And then we'll make our game in VR too.
Yep. So easy.
It's gonna be FPS VR.
MMORPG.
Okay. So we got past one errand. And we heat up his highlight slots. So it looks like this guy doesn't exist in the scene because it doesn't. And that's the weird singleton that only has one method. And I don't know why, because it's straight up talking to the timeline UI immediately. So why can't we just bypass that fucker? Does this know about? So highlight slots. This guy knows about the timeline, right? Yeah. Last hover timeline. Hang on, we don't need this guy doing. Oh, interesting. It's actually on the event. It's not public though, so hide an inspector. So let's just confuse the fuck out of Unity. Last hover timeline is only referenced there, so we don't want that. But we do have this, so let's just detached timeline. That's what we want. That's private. So let's where were we needing it from? We were needing it. Just I want to get rid of this thing. This is stupid. And this is being used here, and we actually have this already. So let's instead just say, hey, yo, event dot timeline UI, and let's make that a getter for our internal, which is attached. Last hover timeline. That's public, but I don't know what else being set to. Is it attached at this point? Is the question. Where was that error coming from? This basically want to get rid of this. Get hovered slot was just calling this. So it's going to be either null or not. Do we have a null check? We do. So we can just do this. Have this. And we'll outbar that. Let's try to do some commenting here. What the fuck is this doing? What is this doing? Is event drag and time thing? What is it? That's such a bad name. Get close to slot. What? This is a horrible name. I want to just call it get close to slot and timeline. That makes sense? Might. You have to go through a pass at some point here and really, we're in the highlight control. So.
Comments pass on their code.
Well, yeah, because I mean, we're speeding through this just for the sake of pace, but at some point, once we get it functioning, everything, we can go through and find like what actually is being hit, what's not being hit, and then properly grok it.
Right, but for now, just get something on there.
Yeah, baby stuff. I'm not in the mood for technical debt at the moment. So. Okay, interesting. So its positioning is not happy with world space canvas probably, but we've got some errors here too. Last hover timeline. We should just get rid of this and just use the attached timeline. This timeline UI. Use it everywhere. I definitely foresee some problems shortly with this. But at least, yeah. Just need to get set anonymous. Thank you. Get them up there. It's going about as smoothly as I would suspected.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, the fact that we even have one on there so far is pretty impressive.
It's kind of, again, like we're back to the asset flex. Like, I mean, that's gotta be such a painful process. I mean, if you're making an asset flip game, it's gonna be a horribly painful process. Why don't you just fucking write a program and do it yourself?
Right.
It's gonna be a lot less painful.
So like, yeah, one of my least favorite parts of programming is trying to deal with other people's code and integrating it into my own.
This is a very valuable skill.
Oh, totally.
No. Okay, this is definitely a world canvas thing. Definitely. But that's so it's probably going to be some projection stuff, I imagine. Where do we start on this guy? Probably on the well, this guy should be, we should be able to nuke this dude, you know? Yeah. Pointless singleton. Didn't even complain with the safety lead. So, well, this is a raw class. Now, I wonder why that was internal. This suggests the only way this is internal is if they use Visual Studio's other people to make that.
Which I mean, they very well could have.
Which means they do know their Visual Studio release, but which is unsurprising because it's not a mono behavior, so that's kind of. This is another script I'd like to do away with at some point. It doesn't look like it's terribly difficult to extract. But its logic's just, you know, that logic can be tucked away somewhere, so like timeline UI. It is no, it's a static constructor. Always confuse me with static constructors. I think they're called when is a static constructor called? Just when you access it? Is it happening as soon as you access?
I don't know.
As soon as you access a static anything? Yeah.
I see.
So hang on, is this automatic? Is this automatically called? It's automatically call automatically before the first instance is created or any static reference. So it looks like it's straight up. Surely it can't take anything. Yeah, I didn't have parameters. So it's called it's the second you say, hey, this dot anything. I think that's what it calls it.
Okay. Well, doesn't this imply that it has to have already been constructed though? Or oh, you
No,
mean
because
okay.
it's a
Never
class and
mind.
it's static. So I think the second you access it, like hey, and like boom, the second I hit that, it's like okay, well, that's criticals here.
I see.
I am assuming more research
That would
required.
make the most sense. Yeah.
More research required, but I think. All right, world space stuff. So, the fuck. This is the one that has the closest thing to UI going on here. Oh man, I both. Oh no, totally broke. My keycap.
The one key.
My keycap for the one key was like. I don't know if you can see my camera. Probably not.
Oh yeah.
It's all this full part inside.
Yikes.
The printer to the rescue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe make a round keycap. Make it just an actual exclamation mark. Bust open Fusion 360 as we had work.
I think that'd be fun.
Okay. So it's definitely I reckon here no. It's projection stuff. Here we go. Screen utility could be well we're not calling place. Is we calling else? Ah, it is. Highlight slots. But it's also where it's being moved to. I mean, it's doing a trick. It's just on drag. You do highlight slots. Does it? Where does it start? Where's the code from moving? Like what actually moves this thing? Oh, see you, Python. Have a good night.
See ya.
Oh, um. Where is it? Is there just a drag and drop thing on? Oh, draggable object, of course. Oh, this guy. So this is what we're looking at. Well, I think. Yeah, most position immediately is world space. That's straight up. That's our problem. That's pixel coordinates, world space. World's screen space pixel coordinates. Which I do not want to mix world. Why do we make a world space UI again? Was it for post effect? Why did we make a world space UI again?
I couldn't tell you. My whole knowledge on world versus local space is
I think
basically just whatever ends up working.
I think I was before your time almost.
Oh, okay.
Normally
I hope so.
Normally I would do it for. Oh, I know what it was for. I think it was to for parallax. I don't know why I took, I don't know why I took the entire UI with it. It's basically a giant headache once, and as long as you keep your eye on it, and then an occasional headache in situations like this. So basically, this is our problem right here. That primarily. We don't have any dragging and dropping to speak of to. Well, there's got to be some kind of conversion. I must be doing some vector conversion. So we go. Like the curve UI. Now, yes, I think I should do like this. How much of this do we write? Do we write all of this?
At least some of it.
Oh, all right. We got this is what we did, right? Target curve UI we wrote. This is that wonderful thing we need to dive into at some point. Damn, it's a class and a half. Shapes. What's this thing called again? Shapes 2D.
Curve?
Shapes 2D.
Oh yeah.
That was one of our other. We really don't have many third-party assets in this thing. I've been looking through it today. It's like that's it. That's not used. That's obvious. That's not really used. That's between. Like, we're really not using much. We should definitely have a good poke around here and just some great shit here. Although it's pretty much
Yeah, I
like
bet.
it is almost like an entire fucking engine they pulled. Like there's just so much in here, it's unbelievable. Like this feels to me. Look at this, like a whole scenes loading system with like transitions and stuff. Nothing to do with.
Oh
Well,
wow.
I guess it is, but like this is like these guys pulled this from a big project.
They
It's like
must have,
it's
yeah.
coding standard to like a full 9 yards. It's it's pretty impressive. It's got its fully like oxygen comments.
Mhm.
Like no, they weren't fucking about. So if you do
All
want to
about
dig, if
that.
you want to dig through some like I would call fairly quality code. That's pretty like this stuff is just not for a UI asset. It has like way more. Just so much state machines or transition like it's nuts. I would never use it because but either way. Anyway, sharp shapes.
Well, that it's there.
Yeah, shapes 2D. Um, this guy. Oh God, gross.
Yeah.
Hmm. Well, it's it's why 18? Where did that come from? 18.5. I
Mm,
vaguely remember that, and I remember like it wasn't just like trial and error. That came from somewhere.
yeah, it was some sort of math thing for like I don't remember what it was for, but I do remember that was there.
Like, okay, how heinous is this? Let's just make this thing in public static. Just this is gonna be disgusting, but well let's do this proper while we're here. Bring it over to you, so I honestly don't. I don't even know how to put stuff in this class anymore. Just throw it and see if it sticks.
Right.
Honestly, I have no fucking clue. As long as I guess the bottom, the bottom starts here. And there's so many nested things going on. Is this even in the class still? I think we're still in the class. Okay, so let's use that. And I guess just 18.5, see what happens on this valuable object. Let's just see, there's a couple more here. If 18.5 is so important, let's codify it for now.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to remember because I
You'll
do.
want to know where the
It
fuck.
rings a bell, but I don't remember why.
It's hard to type with a one again. So we want it there, we want it here. Is everything? I don't think this is gonna work off the bat, but a good shot.
Fingers crossed.
We should see if anyone wants to put a tweet out. Do you mind putting a shout out?
Oh, for dev.
Yeah, do you mind asking the tank
Mm.
Telegram? I don't know who's alive.
I feel like if it were earlier in the stream, I would, but I figure like we probably only got what 2 hours or so left. At least on my end, if you want to keep going.
Where's this weather come from?
The new Windows thing. You can turn it off with that news and interests.
I mean, it's not heinous, but I'm kind of have a bit of a real estate issue in my taskbar, so it
Right.
used to be a lot worse. used to the
Yeah, I
same.
don't ever leave like the pins on mine.
I used to
Mine's
have
just
all
totally blank.
okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, I
Absolutely.
just don't keep like the pins to start. If they're on, like if the application's running, it'll be there, but I'm not gonna have like the thing there. I just do it all through the Windows key.
Fair enough. Um, so where are you getting your? Right. All right. 18.5, huh? Is that what it's actually putting us in? 0. Who knows what that is? I mean, honestly, that's coming from Curve UI, which is already really tenuous code to be looking at best. I think it's sketch.
I wouldn't. Yeah, we're gonna definitely be doing a pass on that shit. I feel like.
I feel like, what's the right solution here? I'm not moving away from world space right now. It's a mission for another day if we do it. It's simple. It's a simple piece of. Just you have to get the Z. So like, what's our Z? Do we just want to take the, the initial Z? I mean, this is a. Does it hurt just to take the Z?
I guess is it gonna cause issues if we make it float slightly in front of everything else?
Yes. Using the current.
Okay.
Again.
Using the right casting, whenever.
I'll take the world space that it's got right now. We should be like 8.5. Given 18.5, looks like it was really too close. 8.5 sounds about right, or whatever the hell that number was we pulled out of our asses.
Sure.
Certainly, though, it did not. That just did something weird. Huh. Immediately lost grip on it. So what is this thing? This is just the.
Just the light, I think.
That's a debug canvas. Why is it pulling? Why is it aligned to the debug canvas? Because this canvas is definitely back here. I'm using all my faculties here. Right. Why is it pulling it out that to there? And is 0 actually flush with it? Yeah, so that get world space canvas 18.5 is again target the curve UI is fucked, so let's try 0.
Sure.
Let's try random numbers. Hey, Saber Barks.
I feel like that's just UI in general. It's just like, let's try a number, hope it works.
You tell I was a AAA UI developer for 4 years.
Yeah.
You can tell.
Why? Because you're entirely jaded by it?
Yeah.
Do not blame you.
Okay. Yep, this is Unity Saber Bucks. That's what makes Tangletorn tick. Right.
No, actually, it's a online event now.
Hmm?
Not tick anymore. It's turn, right? Or granular turn.
That actually is at 0. Oh wait, the parent's not though.
Oh.
That wasn't minus before, was it? Yeah, it was. So, is it positioning a raycast target? Mouse position equals blah blah blah. Ah, look. Target object. It's moving a target object. Did we set that? Target object on a prefab for draggable object. It should be our this guy. Yeah. So it's this object. Oh, you're just learning Unity. Congratulations. I actually teach it for my day job. It's um it's it's a good engine. It's a really good engine. I say that pragmatically and unbiasedly. It's a good engine. What I like about Unity is it doesn't tell you what game to make. There are some incredibly powerful
Yep.
engines out there,
Yep.
like Unreal, the mind-blowingly powerful engine. But if you want to make anything but a first-person networked shooter with Unreal, you have to take it to a corner and have a nice, slow, calm conversation with it, because it will do everything it can to become a first-person networked shooter. Whereas Unity's like, I don't care, whatever, man. Make a
Yeah.
solitaire, sure. Target object was seeming like a legit thing. So when we begin the drag, it gets the world space coordinates at 0, whatever the hell that is. So it's minus 425, right? Let's just try. Let's try this at 1F, just so I can get used to my key, or lack thereof. Let's see if minus 425 changes. I think we're fairly close here. I say that we're dealing with world space UI, so I'm just curious. This thing immediately on this time I didn't lose control of it. Interesting. I do want to know what the position of this is. Minus 425 still. Don't think it's this. Screen to world point with Z of whatever, 0. Hmm. Provided Z distance from the camera plane. So this is probably where the math came from. Our camera is probably minus 10. And this is at 8.5. That's where the number came from. So this is backed up 8.5. The camera's pulled back 10. That's where the 18.5 comes from.
I see. Okay.
Which means this should also be what we want to keep using.
Mm-hmm.
That went to shit, didn't it? Oh, we got a missing script on something. The camera. It's something Unity could really do me a favor on. Show me what the hell the script was. It must know in the metadata.
Yeah.
Like in the metadata, it must know what that was.
Right.
Come on. Guess I'll remove it. I don't know what it was. Wait, none. I guess you could dig through the actual scene file. That only just gives you that just gives you quids. So
Not that useful. Well, are GUIDs persistent between runs?
They're a bit of what?
What? I thought they were just like a unique identifier, but to like when I press play and then I just press stop and press play again, are those going to be the same GUIDs for the same objects?
If they're instantiated objects, no. A GUID is generated and will never collide. That's the kind of the beauty of them. Is well, you could generate them all day long on a server farm and never hit a collide until he gets to the universe.
Gotcha.
But if you actually look at a Unity scene file. Like, look at. Mm, these used to be completely unreadable. The straight binary blobs, but now they're a lot better.
Ah,
Do you, oops, if you define there, so yeah, I guess I can see why they don't have something.
yeah.
You think they'd hold on to some kind of like legacy with to script mapping somewhere. It's nice that you can almost merge these files now. Almost. The problem is the order of these things just jumps all over the place. There's no real sense to how the order is done.
I wonder how they do that. Just some sort of
It's
optimization behind the scenes or something.
Completely proprietary format, so fuck knows. It's definitely reflective to how it's all.
Sure.
All right. Did. So it comes forward to basically what looks like. What makes me curious is why is it aligned perfectly with the debug canvas? I mean, that's an overlay canvas, so it kind of makes sense. We're using 18.5 now? Yeah. Right? Yeah, 18.5. And we want that. Literally what we want. And the target, the draggable, is actually this item. So this is the thing we're changing. That is the thing we're changing the position of. And why this delta transform is kind of whack. The old mouse position on start still is world space. Okay. Doors outside barking at something. I'll be right back.
Okay.
A slow bit thinking.
Sure.
Cover that.
What was he barking at?
Food that if you ate would kill him.
Ah, well, I'm glad you stopped him then.
Well, there was Chrissy outside eating
Ah,
tofu and rice, which would definitely kill him. It's everything would kill him.
yikes.
Just a purebred.
Ah,
It's turning it into a. Oh, hello.
all right, okay.
Huh.
So we're gonna make a vector 3 with no depth. We should probably parameterize that,
I
right?
know. I'm just going to put it. Uh, what does it actually stand for? It's the world space UI depth, basically.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's the delta from the camera. So
Right.
where can we put this? Settings.
Yeah, might as well.
Kind of gross, but world space UI depth from camera. And it's one of those gross naming convention places. Okay, I need to place that to you. And we can at least. I don't think we can do that from here because it's not. You can't do that. Also, it's pulling. Let's just use it everywhere. We know the answer to this now. Comment that when we're setting it. Wherever these are used, we'll use it. We'll make that non-optional. And then we'll have the core settings. Depth. And this is yeah, Z distance from the camera minus 10 to the world space UI, which is 8.5. And we don't need it somewhere else here. Hopefully that does the trick. I don't know why they just mashed it into a vector 2. I mean, it makes sense. It was vector 2 the entire time. It was a screen space, so. How are our viewer numbers? We got two dedicated 9 tails and red dog.
Oh yeah.
Got a core team here. I noticed the streams come back on 25. It was saying 99 earlier.
Oh yeah.
Right. Well,
I would have expected it would have updated to 99 by now.
That's fantastic. All right. So. Position, its world space position isn't actually this at all. It's actually technically this minus the camera's Z. Plus or minus?
Ooh. Chain fishing. I actually don't know anything about Pokemon stuff. I'm one of those weird people that's like never played them at all.
It's chain fishing. Shiny hunting. Oh, was it grind? Oh, right, fishing in.
I'm gonna look up Phoebus.
Pokemon.
Oh, that's cute.
It wasn't. It was plus. What's Phoebus? I'm sure that's a Pokemon. There's like a trillion Pokemon.
I feel like I should.
So many Pokemon.
Oh yeah. Well, there's like so many generations of them now.
And Yahtzee.
Cool.
So we're not looking anymore, and I suspect it's to do with well more world space stuff. But and we did have it.
Yeah.
It was working before, so it's gonna be some kind of hover shit. So where do we have a
Yeah.
hover? Is hovering item where you set? We're set here. Pointer enter. That's down in um the event. What was it? The event system thing. That's the object that causes the error, I think. No? Where the fuck is that event system thing? Yeah. So it's not very cast target. On pointer enter. This straight up. Was this working before we made it world space, and then now it's not world space when it is world space?
I think so. I mean, it's define working.
I mean, we had the hovers. There were actual. We were able to move it around. It just wasn't. It was janky.
I think that was the difference, but
So this could be to do with the event system. It could be to do with the world space canvas, camera, array caster. So the blocking mask could be the blocking mask. Yeah, that would have definitely changed. No moved into here. So the blocking mask for the tiles, they're on UI, and this doesn't use UI. No, it does. Fuck. Shit. And it's already cast target. Ah. Damn. The slot's a target, and the slots are all. The slots are. Let's just check the one-time ones. So we can program this faster. Still. Still on the UI layer. Still raycast target. These tiles, UI, that's default. I wonder if I'm never certain if that trickles down or not. I'll easily check. Okay. Everything's UI here. We know the agents can be targeted. So what have they got going on? They cast target images. I still don't like this at all. I don't know where that's coming from.
yeah, that's annoying.
Well, more importantly, I don't know why this is not a rect transform. Was there the original one a rect transform?
Thought so.
Just a straight transform.
Hmm.
Just add a rect transform to replace it. 50. Right transform, right transform, right transform. So let's make that a right transform. Let's scale. I mean, I don't think it should cause a problem, but I don't know where it's coming from, and I don't like it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see if I can make this thing work somehow without it. It's gonna be absolutely tiny. I'm gonna figure out a way to bring it back up to scale. I mean, I knew it'd be small, but is it right? Where the fuck is it? Oh, hello. There it is. Okay. Can we bring it back up to scale width? I'm wondering if it's to do with their deep down when it creates this thing. Timeline UI. This guy. No. Here. These. Yeah, like there's a lot of yeah. This is all from screen space time, so we can never expect this work. I guess that's some seriously heinously hard-coded shit right there.
It's not great.
Because we are not on that. We're on free aspect, so fuck knows what our resolution is. Maybe let's just try it on a 1080 and see what happens. I don't think it's gonna be different. So tile size that's being used. Size X, which is our how many tiles we are, times that, and it straight up sets the right transform to that, so it should be and the recast target. Image size will be on the component of the UI. So let's see what the actual width and height is. That's another problem. This is left over from fucking years ago. This is back when before Unity bought Yugi and Ngiri. Bought Ngiri and they hired the guy. I think Ngiri is still a thing actually. Right, so reasonable values. Oh, hello. That's probably left over from. Yeah, I think that's left over. I think I've reparented something. And then this dude got fucked. Oh yeah. Hard coded anything. It's better.
Yeah.
No dice though.
Okay, sequence.
I'm much happier with the position though. It's actually based around 0 now. It's not helping us. So I'm wondering if potentially the object's blocking the raycast. The actual.
Oh, possibly.
I'm wondering if this dude is. This is not raycast. Well, I can't grab it now. It's Maybe because that's how would you do a pass through? They must have, or that must be incorporated where they've got. Well, it's not. It's actually Unity. It's on drag over. So let's throw some debug on it on draggable. Well, it's not happening here. I know on pointer enter can take some real values. I pointer on. I'm just guessing here. See how this explodes in my face. No, that's a handle. That's actually an interface from day. Pointer. Pointer. What happened to the sequence? Oh, he's back. Hey. Hey, sequence. Pointer event data, I want to say. Let's give it something that may break the Unity event in the prefab. Now we got a core team back.
Yeah.
Nine tails sequence. Who's that wrong? What was I doing? Right, I was checking the one with the raycast target. Did it break? Did it break? It did. Yeah. This much. Also see if it hit this. Might say we go there. Oh, now reattached. I see some spam, hopefully. I should have always foreseen this, that we would end up with the world space being reached.
That's super annoying.
Reached when we actually over on it. See the offset? You can rush it.
Oh yeah.
You can rush it, but I don't
How about from the bottom?
I'm not sure how the offset. Oh wait, we did get some overs in. That's one. Oh no. Oh, that's because I moved too far and it left the space. So it does seem like it's blocking the rate cast. How was that not a thing before? How does it disable? No. Like I mean I could. I'm assuming drop. Yeah, I mean I can go like this, but I could the draggable object is on the images. The raycast target. I'm not quite sure they have the raycast target separated out like that. But it actually has the image on it. So for this guy, I want to say, yo, get the image. Let me just try something potentially ridiculous. I guess block. Let's just test if this thing is actually blocking. There's a lot of kind of nuances to World Space UI versus Screen Space, and one of them might be that this there was no code in there to. There was no code there to do anything. It was passing through.
Right.
You may have to just. Okay, we've been on pointer enter. Okay, so this is going to be. Let's just go back to basics here. This is an event trigger. Let's see if there's any like nuances in. I'm assuming it's tied to the interface. Probably the same system. So no. Could. Just rework this whole thing and not use the event system. Sorry, event trigger. Let's throw. But then it's gonna be coming back in the other direction. We're not actually gonna be like the tiles themselves, the slots themselves would be the ones letting it know. I feel like it's getting a bit. We just do a raycast and update, I suppose. We could just. And then just try to bypass this whole thing. Like I'm not sure it's worth the battle.
Yeah.
I probably want to use the graphics raycaster and not a normal physics because these are not physics objects. They don't apply to them. This is the graphics raycaster, which means I need to get my hands on it. Somehow. Let's just brute force this and see if this idea's got any legs. Don't look. I haven't used this one in a while. Oh shit. Yeah, this is meant to be used from pointer. There's only one version of this. I don't think I've ever used this like this. I could have sworn there's more versions of this. Not even an out. It's kind of gross. Yeah, they're just making a new one too, so I guess it's not super. Does it even return then? Nope, it doesn't. Uh, mm, not really sure where I'm going with this. Even if this does work, it's still the only place we do it this way. Anyway, that's kind of work. Oops. Okay, well, in the background, nothing else. So I'm not hitting that guy. Why is it not random drops? Is that just giving one result? Result append list. Select all the names. This is getting silly. Let's get off the weeds here. Let's look at the slot. Even if we have to go backwards, I don't. It's not horrible. What I need to see is a mouse over anywhere. I've had to, if we have to spaghetti it back, it's not that heinous. It's just a different approach. But again, I don't know if these pointers even work. And there we go.
Ah, cool.
And that one's blocked. So there we go. So that was blocking. So if we spaghetti that back somewhat nicely, so we're basically doing away with this. So if do we have a draggable object? Do we make it static? Do we have like a currently draggable dragged object? Let's get rid of this nonsense. I don't think it's possible, but current drag object. So let's roll this shit. It was disgusting. And now we kind of talk up from slots. Now we have this. What was it? Draggable object. Dot current drag object. Dot on mouse over enter. Unity's naming. This. I'm worried about overlaps now. Hopefully you don't have overlap issues. And we're kind of over at this point now. Hopefully.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, I don't mind you working this. This is drag and dropping. This is literally the one thing I was trying to avoid by buying this asset is fucking recoding drag and drop. I've done it.
Yeah, here we are.
I've done this so many fucking times. It's like writing a pooling system. I've done it too many times, but don't want to do it anymore. And you need a mishmash of. Okay. Yeah, if there is one. I'll just that shit up. We could probably just make that. Nah, that's fine. Less of that. It's only 9.
I know. I've been like super productive this whole weekend, but it's draining me.
It's
Is it supposed to snap into place?
I think it's blocking itself again. But I just removed the thing. What was it? Getting child? Yeah. Still gross, but it gets the job done. See, like, I'm not even sure, even if we set that value. Like, where it goes from there. Okay, I mean, that looks good. Alright, let's start collapse this. Yeah, I mean, it's legit. So,
Cool.
What's going on with this on hover item then? Nothing. So the whole this on hover item is not what we're after. Pull back to what we were actually trying to do, like the hover stuff, like set hovers and shit. There. Like highlight slots. Like where's this been called? Oh, we are hooking it. We initialize the timeline event. Not getting any red there, so it's definitely reaching this. So on drag, invoke that. Highlight slots. Item position. Let's just hit this guy. No, that's gonna be too noisy. This is probably what it's fucking. Well, I mean, at this point we're in. Oh god, screen utility. Ah, shit. Here's all the crap again.
Wonderful.
Screen space. All the way down. This whole thing, this whole screen utility, you just can't touch it. What's the goal here? The goal is to get the top left dot, whatever the hell that is. And then the rect. It's getting the, oh my god, it's so fucking hard coded. It's this shit. Right, bypass everything. We just need a position, which I'm assuming is in world space. Yeah, okay, so yeah, so it's all world space at this point. So we just need this top left. Is that just the item position? Is it just the item position? Because this thing is mangling it into whatever space. What if we just care about that? It's unused. Where else do we? Could it be yet? That'd be too easy. The beauty of world space is we don't have to do this conversions anymore. We shouldn't have to. No, look at me.
Close.
That's good. Alright.
I'm trying to tell if the scaling is off or if it's just an offset.
I think it's to do with the fact the center of this object is probably not. Yeah, there. So we do need to, yeah. But that's exactly where we're pointing at, right? So that's as expected. It's the middle of the object. So we're in the middle, so we just need to move it over. Again, we're in world space now, so this actually should simplify things. So this get top thing, we kind of want to replace it with, I don't like this name, but I'll leave it. That will just be the item position. we need to know more about the thing, which is this guy. We don't even need this technically. This thing has a world space position now. So transform dot position minus transform dot size delta. Dot x divided by 2. Just actually the whole size delta. Maybe. Vector 2, vector 3. Can you convert? I'm after again, I'm after vector 3. Size delta. You can take it vector. Oh, come on, really? Okay. Let's enter that coding bullshit. I don't pay attention to characterize. So, taking the position, we're taking its vector transform size delta, its width, height, subtracting it minus 2. That's going to really depend on the anchor point. Let's try it. No. Yeah, that's totally. Anybody else in there? No. Yeah, that's bullshit. So transform position was close. Size delta is maybe taking. We need to get a scale into account here. This guy. Timeline UI is the parent, which is just an arbitrary height and width. But this thing is created and initialized, it does set the image size, which should be the tile size. So let's actually look at that in runtime and see what the numbers look like.
I'm gonna go make some tea. I can still hear you, I just won't be able to respond.
Gotcha. Okay, that looks legit. 168 width. width. No, that should be. I'm basically done with the math there, I think. Let's grab this first. Math looks a bit lesson to me. Pick a size x. We shouldn't need to divide this by 2 separately. Let's just do it inside. Minus size. Log that guy. Whiskey and wine sequence, you rebel. I have some Bavaria, Dutch. Premium beer. 5.0% on the dot. Lacoste. Made your choice. Alright. I would expect this. Okay, that's totally way too small. Way too small. Is it not taking scale into account? It shouldn't take scale into account. Hold the phone. Are you drumming? Wine and whiskey and wine drumming? Ooh. Double handicap. I haven't drummed in ages. I do have an electric drum kit in storage. There's no space to put it anywhere. So I'm thinking about scavenging it for bits. Okay, these positions are garbage. And there's no scale I can see anywhere. Although it is world space. And is there a scale anywhere right here? It feels like it's so small. With big movements. Yeah, I kind of want to multiply it up by... I'm just getting so into the weeds. Part of me wants to multiply this by the lossy world space scale. Dot magnitude, sure. Why not? Well, I'm coding garbage. How are your paradiddles doing, sequence? I forgot my paradiddles. Technically, you need two hands, unless you use one hand and then use your stick to play both, like back front stick, like a rolling on the snare, or like a what's it called, doom slam, or whatever that maneuver is. And you just like drive the stick off the edge of the snare. It's crazy. Holy shit, that kind of worked. Those numbers are complete.
Looking snazzy.
Heck. I literally just multiplied by a horrible thing, a horrible idea here. I took the lossy world space scale magnitude and just multiplied it by it. I thought the scale might be fucking with it. Oh god, it's disgusting.
Do you feel dirty after that?
Yeah. Like these numbers make no sense. Yet it is. What I do like though, this is kind of cool. It's getting the closest one. So if you're well to the side, it just finds like the top left or top bottom right or something. That's kind of cool. That in itself is worth 20 bucks. You can go way over here. Oh, take it back. It doesn't seem to work. Maybe the divide by 2 is wrong. I think I can't remember if size is like as in a radius, or if size is. Oh, I don't think I need dividing by 2 because that's actually just the distance from the anchor, which is centered. So dividing by 2 would be a mistake. That would explain what we just saw. I was thinking bounds for some reason. Now I'm wondering if it's the minus part or the plus part. Maybe it was meant to be plus. There's gonna be a good German word for this. Trial and error programming. Like, it's like
Right.
just mash. You're just keep changing your signs until it works.
The brute force method.
This is I just know like the whole there's gonna be a complete. Oh my god. There's definitely gonna be a rework of how um some of the UI works at some point. So minus, and then I'm wondering if these guys are, if one of them. Well, let's look at it proper before I start flailing more signs of things. Oh yeah, we should make Tangletorn a beat a rhythm game as well.
On what?
A rhythm game. The sequence.
Yeah. Exactly.
I have no fucking clue what's happening now.
Hmm.
And unfortunately, those things just flail at the math until divided by 2 definitely didn't feel like it was supposed to be there. Velocity scale. I think I'm putting too much faith into velocity scale here. Velocity scale is basically, it works backwards through all of the parents all the way up to the root to try to find what your scale, world space scale would be. That's why it's called lossy.
Ah.
We're so close, yet potentially very far. Again, this 0, you're thinking of what I'm thinking?
I think so.
Yeah.
You're gonna parameterize it?
Well, we haven't been using 0 no anywhere. This is not at
Oh,
0.
it'd be 18F, 18.5, whatever.
Before I do it, let's find the closest I've got. So I'm not jumping off totally blind. That may take the velocity scale out. Velocity scale did not seem like it was necessary. I think it just flukes that happened to get anywhere close. Yeah, I think that definitely feels like it. Feels like before. Core settings, massive variable name, and then one variable time I'll leave scale in, but it might go. So what have you learned today? We didn't gain anything on the dragging and dropping front, but I still think there's some valuable stuff in here. I think this code's going to keep on giving.
I agree.
Okay, that feels good because it's exactly. It's not. It's just misaligned, but it's moving at the same rate, so that feels
right.
Like. I'm gonna take that out, but I don't feel like. Oh man, I can't have both. Surely, you don't. Then again, that scale could be 1. So, hopefully that's just 1. And taking that out is not going to make a difference. I'm really hoping. Otherwise, I really am not at a loss of where the math is coming from. I'd say this is more your. Oh shit, we do need it. Ugh. How do we get this close? Gross. All right, so plus. I'd say this is your forte, but your math is UI weird.
Yeah.
This is not as.
It would basically be the same technique of just try this, whoops, try this.
Yeah, sequence. I mean, it is always a. I'm fairly pragmatic, but it's like you end up having going through the process of you either don't know where you need to start, and you can just start kind of blind, or you definitely will force yourself to know what you need by like tearing somebody's else's code apart.
Yeah.
You realize like yeah, I didn't, which is questionably okay. Like minus, you know, I don't like this. I don't like any of it. How far off are we with just the position?
Um, I mean, I remember at one point we were pretty much exactly there, except for
Yeah,
it was
it
centered
was just the
wrong.
center part. Yeah.
Mm.
And this thing will just suddenly start working soon, and we'll immediately forget how much of a challenge it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is like we're
Oh,
really close.
close.
It's just using the center of the object. So the problem was trying to shift by the width, and the size here is in pixels. Well, it's in world space pixels, but world space canvas pixels, but I'm wondering now if we just, again, this is vectors. This is a vector 2. We were subtracting the size. This is where things changed. Now I'm questioning whether we need that at all because we're so close already and we didn't bring this into it. But that's taken into account in the position of the thing because that was positioned. With the draggable object, lost. That is using the depth. So why can't we just subtract? Why did we? I was dumb. Why did we already have? Why did we do that? Why did I do that? Because we already have
Just
the depth built into here. So why would I subtract that depth and completely ruin what I was doing? I just want to bring it to the side.
oh yeah.
By its size, which is the delta from the anchor, which means divide by 2 makes no sense. Mm-hmm. So you have some logging there that's somewhat useful. It doesn't help
Just
it.
no longer hiding anything. I wonder if there's some sort of two-way talking going on between that object and the slots, and the slots are like, "Hey, object, are you where you should be? And if you are, I'll turn blue." Because obviously we were still like colliding with them, they just didn't turn blue.
Not using item position. Yeah, we don't need the item position one. Actually, why are we? That is actually the transform event UI position. So we already like timeline event UI position. So we don't strictly need this at all. I just changed that to a plus. Just to, I gotta stay on brand.
Yep. All our bases, all our tedious bases.
Not this the progress I was hoping to make. Saying that it's always hit and miss with a third party asset.
It's very close though.
Random. What did I change before that? Plus.
Yeah, it was a minus the vector.
This is maybe it just doesn't need scaling. It's upsetting.
Where's size? Oh wait.
And there's also that depth. I'm pretty sure that's definitely needed in here. Otherwise, we're taking away the whole. This already has that world space depth. So I will bring this in here for a second. Disgusting it is, and I don't see any scales other than the world space canvas itself, but it's so massive. But whatever we're doing when we're subtracting the size is throwing it well out of whack.
Yeah.
So maybe that size does.
Good point sequence.
Maybe that size.
Has anyone ever made expected progress? Let's be real.
Yes.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
No. Okay, now we're.
Interesting. You're back to kind of here.
It's moving linearly. Expected progress. Yes, I have. If you have 4 tall boys through a beer bong, then the expected drunkenness is reliable.
I mean, I guess at that point you're too drunk to even assess if it was accurate.
Yeah, but the science stands. I mean, I don't have to understand it when I'm drunk, but it's still right. Ah, it's so flaily.
Yeah. Okay, so now it's over there.
It's okay. No, now it's.
Oh, it's scaled wrong.
Now it's definitely feels very.
Wait.
Yeah, your cards.
Is it scaled wrong?
Yeah, here.
Keep moving down.
Well, it's gonna clamp now. Oh, you're the numbers.
No, I'm just thinking. Okay, so it's not scaled incorrectly. It's still scaled correctly. It's just clamping.
Well, okay, we're here. Scale 1. Parent is this. Scale 1. Scale 1.
Oh, scale is fine.
Scale
it's
1.
Just the.
And the only one has a scale
offset.
is the actual canvas. So this number is gross.
But I think that part's fine. It's that vector. We can't just do the exact size like that. We need to multiply that by even less, or like try 0.5 or something.
That's what I was doing with divide by 2. They're saying because that's
right. Oh, did that not work?
No, because size is actually size delta is the delta from the anchor, which was the center.
Oh, I see.
I do feel like this should feel like it feels like it should be minus.
Wait, how does size delta work then when you don't have the anchor centered? Like, what is it representing? Just the distance between the anchor and the ends?
I'll show you. It's the width and height, effectively. It's in the right transform. It's the width and height.
Okay.
So it feels like distance still. It feels like that. Right, let's just look at this image. It's still flat. So this is our width and height. So if we were to, let's just, so it's a 445, yeah? So if you were to subtract minus 168, we're there. And we were subtracting
56.
56 divided by 56.
It's like not quite there. That's so weird.
Sense. But we had that lossy multiple there. Which still feels fucking weird. I am not stopping until this is I mean, we still can't even drop the thing, but that's probably something simple. Scaling is definitely, as you can see these dots.
It's hidden, yeah.
Well, like where we're using this thing is here. So where is it used? Top left. Current top left is the world space of the slot. So we are dealing in world space here. And Z.
And Z.
In position to place should have position to place is this, and that's the one that's spitting out 8.5. Yeah, that's right. That's how far back the world space canvas is. The camera is the one that's -10. So we don't mess with this. We need that. It seems right to me. I don't know why we'd ever have to bring in that. These numbers are big though. We know that the top left. Let's just confirm it. I'm just gonna quick piss for that.
Okay.
Leaves. So the top. Let's put on these hover over these. So on the slot, let's see where these guys are at. It was -1. I'm expecting the top left to be around 0. That's where it's centered. Middle of the screen. And this -1.6 whatever does kind of explain the offset. Yeah, 0. Oh, look how small those numbers are. So world space really, that is world space after being crunched by the scale of the canvas. 0.02. So that's, I guess, why we do need that in there. And that, so those numbers of minus whatever the huge number is, we can't, that's useless to us. It has to be scaled down. And when we did bring this in, the number did get scaled right down. And they are using the raycast target rect, to be fair, which is different than the size delta. See, those numbers look better. It just looks like a plus and minus swap. It's all it's like. Yeah, like it's just off by a number.
It's so annoying just trying to think like what the number could be.
That compile it back. Um, hmm. Scale 5.8 and 0.9. What's after the division? I program some complicated stuff. None of this silly UI nonsense. Yeah. All this
Yeah.
to
This is UI for you.
name of the game. The position that looks legit. So 5.8. This is 0. 5 point. So this is 4.5. So 5.8 would be about there. Yeah. So that's the center. The center is legit. The size for the whole width of this thing would be from about here to beginning of this one. 3. Oh, that's one 3.4. This is saying 5.8. Seems too big. This is at 0. 1.2, 2.3, 3.4. Whole scale this thing's 5.8. That just seems like an arbitrary number, which means it could be a scaling thing or it could be. That's after applying the scale to the velocity scale, which makes me feel very uncomfortable. And the top left is legit. So I think the problem is in this. This, I think, is just nonsense. So they're using a rect, the raycast target. And the raycast target is the same thing, right? So this thing, raycast target. Oh. Oh, the size is the same. There's no scaling. Anchors are the same. The pivot's the same at least. So they're looking at this one, which should be the same scale. And we're not dealing with size, but raycast target rect. How would they do in this? Let's use the rect. So let's call the size. Well, size. And before that size was what, 5.8? Let's see if it makes a difference. Yeah, Ninetales. It's like now size is huge again. It's things we're not in our own code right now. Once we get to our own code, everything changes. But sorry, I'm distracted. 168. That's the same as before. So time to think about scales. It's gonna be the same fucking deal. That makes sense for them because they were dealing with pixels, screen space pixels. We're not dealing with screen space pixels. That's why the lossy scale. Is it wrong using the magnitude? Oops. Is the magnitude wrong here? Am I thinking it's right here? Should I be dividing by this?
Possibly. So I mean I guess it depends on is the lossy scale larger? Then
If we're gonna start changing variables like that, let's do it the way we had before.
sure, yeah.
I don't think it is because no, we're nearly in check. We're nearly there. We're just like offset by a bit, but dividing is gonna make it a whole different ballpark.
That's a good point.
So that's gonna blow it out of the water. So times one, well, there's magnitude, right? They should all be the same. They should be uniform. It is uniform, so magnitude will give me the same as just saying x, which we should be. Well, why am I guessing? I'm just fucking put this thing out. I'm expecting 0.02 here. You gotta stay with me. You guys get this done. You need a stopping point.
Yeah.
Yeah, 0.02. That's what I expected. And we're in the ballpark. You know, hang on a second. Hmm. No, that's wrong. There's no overlap there at all. It's definitely linear. Like it's in the same scale space. It just feels like a plus and minus going on, but it's not. Like these, see, the sizes are different now. 3.8. Hang on a second. 3.4, 1.1. The magnitude of that would be approximately 5 point whatever, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Or like 4-ish.
So this is
Oh, wait, why are we only doing it by X?
I just changed that from magnitude,
Oh, I see. Okay.
which makes more sense. It should be a uniform scale.
Mhm.
This would be 5 point something. But it's uniform.
These are just 2D vectors, right?
Um, no, it should be vector 3.
Okay.
That's the 5.8. So I multiplied it. Should sides be multiplied by each one individually? Am I just thinking on group at this point?
No idea. So I'm trying to think, like, so this highlight slots, this is just saying, should I be blue, basically?
I mean, why it's not working beyond this? Not. Yeah. This is
Yeah.
getting the closest slot in the timeline based on that point.
Okay.
Let's try. How much was that? Let's do this. Flailing on it now.
Well, it's interesting that, like, when you're not dragging, it seems like it was correctly identifying where the slots should have been, like with just your mouse. So there's got to be some sort of disconnect right there.
Oh, damn it, feels even closer now.
Yeah.
And the change I just made was I scaled each one by its own velocity scale, which shouldn't be a thing. And now it shows like a minus plus fucking garbage size. Forgive me. Forgive me, Jesus. I almost feel like we should just we're already feeding up information from the slots, like, and now we're going back down the other direction again. Yeah, that feels like twice as much.
So do 0.5
No.
or divide by 2f.
Well, actually, thinking about it now, I don't. That size delta was giving me the full width. It wasn't giving me the offset. It's a 0.5 pivot. Should be 160 divided by 2, I think. Unless this thing is like 300 odd pixels wide. I don't think it is.
No, can't be that big. Super close.
Fucking
actually.
Wait. No, that's wrong.
Almost spot on.
No, that.
It's really close.
Really close isn't moving the right way. Unless it's meant to work this way?
Yeah.
Oh, look, it's using the bottom left. It's the bottom left right there.
Uh-huh.
Bang on
Okay.
the bottom left.
Oh.
So it is a plus minus issue, but we just want to minus that.
Uh-huh. Was the X getting it all right, though?
That seemed fine, I think. I was too late. I waited.
Nah.
This is it. It should not take that long. There we go. Oh, there we go.
It looks pretty close.
It's exactly.
I do know, so it doesn't
now
always.
We can get fancier now. We can say, like, okay, well, we don't want it to be all the way to the top. Maybe we want to make it the middle vertically.
Oh, did that show it all the way at the top?
Yeah, that was the top left then. It was bottom left before, now it's top left, and then this will make it the middle left. Which to me feels a bit more.
I see.
A bit more. I mean, maybe I completely change my mind. Start using this on the actual timeline. Like, this doesn't feel right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that feels good. That feels nice.
Now try grabbing it from like the right side of the block.
It should make a difference.
Okay. So do you see though how it's like ever so slightly biased towards the left?
Yeah, because its point is right here. This point here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see.
Middle,
Oh, yep.
right there. You can see it like bang on. Well,
I see. Right. Okay.
maybe not quite.
All right. If we were to turn that into an equation for like how far we could do it based on the length, we want it to be in the center of
Well, what? Why not make it?
that block.
Mm, do we want to make it where the mouse is? We have the mouse offset. Actually, we
Maybe.
don't have the mouse offset here.
Uh, I don't know. I think it feels more intuitive to have it be where the block is,
Right,
personally.
this is fucking take out back and burn with shotguns. We'll revisit it, but I just don't really want to fucking. Oof. What's the simplest way to simplify this shit? This is just
Well,
the
yeah,
size delta.
we don't need that in 2 points anymore.
So this can be a dolly. We shouldn't.
I think we can just do it all as one, but let's comment it before we delete it.
So it's just size delta times the magnitude.
I think so. Let's hope.
Magnitude should be legit because it's uniform. It is uniform. We've seen it. It's 0.02. Uh-oh. We've done sequence.
Boom.
Guns. Two seconds. Oh, there you go. Uh-oh. Someone's gonna get hurt. Is that a
Good.
Yamaha? Or is that a Roland? It looks like a Roland with the round symbols. Might be mistaken though. A true drummer.
Drink water.
Yep, so that was wrong. You do actually need each one.
That's so interesting that we have to do it
That
separate.
doesn't make any sense.
Well, I guess if it's not a square, all right, maybe that's why.
Oh.
Oh wait, that actually makes perfect sense.
No,
Yeah.
because it would be. Yeah, we actually. No, that doesn't make sense. What's
okay.
gonna go so is we'll call this the bar size would be this, and then we'll call it the scale size. Equals size x times velocity. And that's going to be using scaled size. Oh my god, it's so gross. And then we walk away and burn. Alright. Now, why can't we drop it? That's the one thing I want to solve.
Well, let's make sure this works first, so we don't forget what we had that was working.
I think the on drop might just not be being triggered.
Sweet. Okay.
It feels okay. We're gonna have to revisit it, I'm sure.
Yeah, I've got ideas for how to
Yeah.
get that to work correctly.
So when we let go of this thing, that will be our timeline event UI drop. Which is our on drop, which is not probably being called anymore. That's coming from. Well, this shit's happening. I think this was doing something, wasn't it?
Technically, drag isn't being called either.
Well, it has to be because drag's not being called. That's the
At least it's like grayed out there.
That's because it's been hit by a Unity event in the editor.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Let me just confirm these things are necessary. I think they are. Because we changed input system, basically changed input system. We just flipped a three-sided coin and chose one of Unity's 3 input systems. What's the two hits you try to separate? Is that the kick snare?
Sounds like kick hat. Yeah,
Yeah.
kick hat together, snare, crash.
Yeah. So that works without whatever. I just took out that shit and it still works. So that shit stays out.
Cool.
Alright, so now when we drop this thing, are we even getting this?
And sometime I'll have to pick up drumming, get an electric kit, and just practice.
It's hella fun. Difficult to get frustrated with because you get a drum kit right in front of you.
Right.
Just wail on it.
Just play louder.
Yeah. It's stress relief.
It's such a different like part of my music brain to be able to just like split it up and like kind of just fork my processes to do all these things at once.
Yeah, I mean the four-limb separation takes a little while, and I can't cling to that fourth limb. My left foot's still a little bit meh.
Oh yeah, no, I can't even touch that.
Oh, I gotta show you sequence. My first electric drum kit. That's not my second electric drum kit. Right. They've gone off in the world. They have a Mark II now. I don't know if these guys are still in business. It's very orange, and it was the most expensive thing I owned for a long time. I think probably one of the most expensive things I ever bought, actually. Including my motorcycle.
Wow.
$2. They named the company after how many boxes the drum kit comes in. Which is this thing is the best brain on a drum kit ever. It's like the amount of effort 10 years ago. This sounds like the one. It's like they have like 64 samples per velocity, and they mix like.
Welcome to the E-Dramatic electronic drum and percussion store. Today we're presenting to you the 2-box Drum-It 5 open sound drum system.
Full mesh heads. Rim triggers on everything. And choke fans. It's got a proper lifting hi-hat. The best acoustic sound I've ever played.
Nice. So actually, I'm not getting sound through Discord.
Full mask, but I'll drop it in a chat. You guys can have a little peek.
Sure.
It's something else. I miss that thing. I gave it to another drumming friend of mine when I left the UK.
Yeah, it's crazy how much of like getting convincingly sampled instruments is about the brains behind it, way more than the actual samples.
The brain on that thing is just mental, and it's fully moddable too. You can like, you plug it in, it's basically a big ass hard drive, and you completely it's like an open file format. You can have it play an MP3 on like just like hit a rim and it would play a full like sample or something.
Oh wow!
Should you want so? Okay. So we are getting drops. The drops are being detected. Good. On drop definitely should be a thing. So whoever hooks this guy. Let's hit the debug on this guy. I'm not gonna faff about anymore. Because we got our place in here now. No errors. So I suspect it's not being hit. God, I miss that drum kit. You wouldn't tour. You couldn't tour with it. It's like it wasn't rigid enough, but such a full mesh. It sounded so good, and it's compatible to all the Roland triggers as well.
Oh, cool.
Right, let's see. Drop.
So if you don't like the orange,
Who doesn't like the orange? I'll fight them. All the bottom sides of the symbols are all orange. Right one.
Really? Oh my god.
Yeah. Okay, we hit it.
Should get it in yellow.
So ornament drag. Let's hit it up. Well, that didn't. That kind of that's the end of that then. Didn't hit this.
Wow.
Place.
Okay.
We want place though. Ah, screen utility. Boom.
Gosh darn it.
You don't mean. Gosh darn it! I mean you fucking cunt or something tangible.
I mean, I'm just being family friendly to offset your own language.
Maximal. Right. Try move. Is this the same context? Get. Yeah, we straight replace this and with this fucking on this. That other fucking noise that we wrote. Where'd it go? You can spot it a mile away. Hideous. Where is it?
Oh, the heinous like math stuff we did.
Yeah. What class was that?
That was in the highlight slots right here.
Okay, so this fucker is meant to. So I'm trying to make up for your poor language. I mean, well spokenness.
Your poor choice of language here.
Place. Place. What the fuck is place? Yeah. So this guy is pretty much replaced with this. So let's make this a thing. The screen utility. How much of this can we pull from this crap? Like, can we just? You know what? I don't have the energy to. I guess I have to, unfortunately, because this is going to be in. We only need this for the size delta. Is that the same as the rect? Rect's got a width. So this would be. Well, let's just pass in what we know. Like, let's just make this thing take a size delta, which is a vector 3. Scroll size. Item position size, so we can just use size. Oh, fuck, we need a bit of loss of scales and bullshit. Okay, well, let's just back up. We'll use the same shit in both places. This is in same thing. We will revisit this. Right? That would explain why it failed. But I don't see why I didn't fall back to this. Well, I might have hit here and then God knows what. I appreciate your dedication, Sequence. The best decisions, in my experience, are the ones that you actually made sober, but you need to be drunk to actually push the big red button and make happen. Like, for instance, when I bought that hella expensive drum kit, it's like, hey, Sai was my friend, was like, hey, it works.
Cool. Hell yeah.
It's like, mate, I made a decision, but I need to get really drunk to actually do the thing. And it's like, all right, I'll meet you at the pub. All right,
Yeah.
man. I mean, cool.
All right, we have a drag and drop little block on a Tetris board.
Let's put 2 in there.
Yeah.
This is our test script.
We'll have to like break everything.
It's not strictly necessary to do this, but I'm going to anyway. I'll give it a name. Call this slice 3. It's its length, and everything else is who cares. It's all that shit. Do we even? We need to try new event to actually make it place.
Yeah, good call, Ninetales. We should probably make this one different dimensions.
Yeah, that was the plan. That's why I made this into a new
Method.
miniature method. I wanted to mix this up a bit with something what's called zap. What big zap was, just move it 6. Now I'm interested to see what happens with this thing because it's going to fail to put it in the top left. So what's this fallback? I think the fallback would be just to the right. And then if it doesn't fit, it'll drop down one. We can play with this.
It might not even do that. It might just say you can't do it.
Let's try play. Oh, let's see. So it's totally okay. So try move event. Try move event. False would mean that this one failed. Oh my god. Which means it failed here, which means it couldn't find. It's doing that fucking arrow cursor again. It's me off no end. Yeah, because I want that one to keep going, keep looking. I think all the code's there for it. Because it can populate an entire UI. But that might be all that logical shit. Well, the code looked pretty shared, to be honest. Yep, slot on this. So this is a total. This would be a total. Okay, so it's not going to fit the top left. We're initializing it. It's got size. Try to move the event. The top left. Did I put 0 there? I didn't. So I did. So it's 0. So it's going to fail. Let's just. This needed a proper step through. We'll skip the first one. So it's going to be slice. We'll follow to units. This will be slice. So skip it. It should be on zap. So let's go. Get closest slot. Just like the name bodes well. Current top left vector. So it's going through all the vectors from all the slots from left to right to then top to bottom. So at 0, 0. This is getting the closest slot. We want the one that's not full. This doesn't seem to check if it's full or not. Distance is 8 something or other. That's at maximum. So that will be the closest. So we'll run through and we should get the closest. 8.5. Yeah, so we have a valid spot. And the closest spot would be 0, 0. That's not right. This thing is not checking if it's taken or not. Let's step out. Step outside. So yeah, that will return a thing. Now we're going to start try movement. That just stepped out. Fuck's sake. Oh. Fucks. I hit shift F11, not F11. Alright, so what are we on here? Slice. Let's lose slice. Now on zap. Skip in again. So the closest slot will be 0, 0 again, because that's legit. It's like, yeah, that is the closest slot to 0, which we gave it. Now I want to step into this. And this is where it tries to move it and fails. It should fail. So filled slots, whatever. Let's go to this one. This goes well in there. Filled slots 0, top left. We're going for the. There's another one, physical. Uh-oh.
What?
We got a screen utility in here.
Oh boy.
This time it's a get offset. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. That should be fine. I think. That's a big number though. I think that might be multiplying by our lossy scale. So it actually does move the event. Local position. Why are we dealing with local positions now? Oh, to event size. This might need multiplying by our stuff. A lossy scale. So we're going through the width and height of this thing. And we're getting its position on the timeline, which is 0, 0 right now. And get the slot on the position, that should just give us 0, 0. Oh, shit. I guess a null. If it failed for multiple reasons. Well, it was full, it would return null, wouldn't it?
Should have.
If it returned null here, it returns false. So this is like, what are you doing? What's the purpose of this thing? Try move event. Where's the closest? Try get slots to fill and physically position event. basically, if it fails to get any of the slots, if any of the slots is null, which means it was not empty, probably. I'm guessing not. It was full. Any one of those things is null, then we bail. This thing is like, nope. Which means we probably got this in a log somewhere. Wrong. Wrong. Yeah. So this try move event isn't actually trying to find a new place. Like, it's not packing it in there. It's just failing if it can't put it there. This isn't as fancy as I thought this might be. And if it fails, it just tries again at the top left slot. Where is this even set? This is not set anywhere. Just use anywhere. Set top left slot. What's this use? Yeah, it's just we're not using it in the code that's smart that does like the packing, which is not surprising because we've told it effectively. Gosh, we're not using on drop. Let's go back to ground zero here to our test. And is there something better here? Where does it do? Was it in a logical code? You still legit?
Yeah.
Try move event is not the solution. This is gets the closest slot in the timeline, tries to place it there, and then fails because it's busy. So let's remember that's full item. Find what the hell they've had before back for this. And the actual calls. Find fit slot. Yeah, this is back when they were waiting items stuff. This is the thing that makes sense because this is the one that when you open the inventory, it's like places thing. This is the logic we want. Generate inventory item, we don't need that. We already have that. Parent it, we don't need it. Scale, okay. Find fit slot. This is the one. And then we'll have that in timeline Y. This little bugger here. Yeah. Is it recursive? No. This is what we want. And check logical, I have no fucking clue. I don't think we do anything logical stuff in here, do we?
I don't think so.
That was done in... This was set in logical, which was done in this. We don't use anymore. We don't use this anymore, so logical makes no sense. So let's forget that, and instead find fit slot. We can ignore this. Find fit slot. This is what we want to use. They are checking the logicals there, but we don't actually have anywhere that will populate logical, so we can put whatever the fuck we want in there. But this, find fit slot. Let's go back to our test. Okay, so timeline UI dot find fit slot. It's Friday, isn't it? Yeah. Only used in add new event, which we're trying to get away from because of the logical nonsense. So I'll make it public. And it wants the size of the thing, which is going to be size, and it doesn't matter. That's a logical garbage. This will find a slot to put it in, and then what do we do? We actually place it in the slot. But that doesn't take this other slots to the right into account. Well, then we can just do a try move event on that one, right?
I mean, I guess, yeah. Might as well go down until you can't.
Because this is, oh no, this isn't, shit. We want to skip this one. We don't want to use this one. We want to use the one that has a slot. That. Not that one. This one. Yeah. We want to use this guy. Takes the timeline event and the slot we already know it fits. It should fit. Available slot. And then we do this dude. This time we take the event and the available slot. Hopefully that doesn't fuck up. Slice. Let's see why it would. Find fit slot does start at top left. Just keeps going until it finds something hopefully that fits. So.
Yep.
Come on. Yay.
Whoa.
Sound tired, buddy. You should get some sleep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's get stopped.
Well, now we're at a good stopping point. I'm not going to feel guilty about it, so.
You should.
Well, then I will.
What do we do? Added.
Drag and drop timeline. Rudimentarily.
A grid inventory system. Started work on the new timeline. How many times have I said this?
Anymore, I'm sure.
Thank
Cool.
you. Thank you for going a duration, going a distance.
Of course. Thank you all for joining us. This is fun.
Yep.
Hopefully we can keep doing it moving forward.
Core team here.
Yeah.
problem. I'm gonna throw this recording up at some point, and hopefully my microphone's not as quiet as last time. We'll see. Yeah, you keep shrinking. Going to shrinking. See you guys. Love you all. Have an excellent
See ya.
beginning of the week. And all that. Peace.
Yeah.